I live in Florida, and this incident happened about 3 weeks after Hurricane Irma, so not that long ago. Back in July, my ex and I had just finished the divorce, and I moved into a gated neighborhood where every house was rented out by the same retail company and landlords. It's a very small neighborhood with about 15 houses tops. All 15 houses are bordered around a man-made lake, with the backyards facing the lake. No one really has a fenced backyard. When you walk out of your back door, you see the lake in front of you and your neighbor's backyards on each side of you. Everyone in the neighborhood seemed very close. Someone was always hosting a family-friendly party or barbecue, or having people over to watch sports. I was, and am, still depressed about my divorce, so I never partook in these social gatherings. The only person I got to know was my next-door neighbor, Steve. An active Navy soldier with a huge love of guns. Steve is the true hero in this nightmare. My daughter Alice is 4 years old, and I get her every weekend. Alice's bedroom window faces the backyard towards the lake. I spoil that girl to death. She truly means everything, and I count down the days to the weekend every week just to be with her. That's why I was upset when Irma came, and I had to go almost 3 weeks without seeing her. This weekend, before the storm, she was with her mum. Then on top of that, the weekend after, she had to be with her mum because my power was still out. No AC in Florida is miserable. The humidity was so bad that week that I slept in my daughter's room the whole week because she had the only room with a window that faced the lake. I opened the window, exposing just the window screen, so the wind from the lake could cool the room as much as possible while I slept. Eventually the power comes back, and Alice starts visiting me again like normal. That was when the nightmares started. My daughter would complain about the singing lady and how she doesn't like her anymore. I thought maybe she was referring to one of my ex's friends, or one of the teachers at her school. Maybe there was a teacher at her school that sang to the kids that she didn't like. That Saturday night, Alice woke up in the middle of the night screaming bloody murder. I ran into her room and turned on the light and found her hiding under her covers. I asked her what was wrong, and all she could do was point to an empty corner of her room and say, "Look, look." There was nothing there. She was acting as if she saw a ghost. After I calmed her down, she started to talk about the singing lady again. "Please tell the singing lady not to come back. Please, Daddy. Make her go away." Obviously, she's having nightmares, right? I showed her there was nothing in the closet and nothing under the bed, and that there was nothing to be afraid of. She calmed down and went back to sleep. I went back to my room and quickly fell back asleep. It couldn't have been more than 20 minutes before Alice comes running into my room screaming, "She's back! She's back!" Alice absolutely refused to go back to her room, so I let her sleep with me. The next morning, Sunday morning, I took Alice out for breakfast, and we stopped by Target to pick up a baby monitor. I haven't used one since her mum and I were still married, but I wanted to easily be able to hear her if or when she started having these nightmares again, so I could respond quicker. After I set them up, I showed Alice how they worked to give her some assurance that I could hear her and she was safe. That night, she slept soundly and didn't make a peep all night. The following weekend, Alice had to stay with her mother again because she caught a stomach virus from one of her little friends at school. It was Saturday night and I was sound asleep in my bed. Around 2 a.m. is when I heard it. A woman's voice, humming a nursery rhyme through the baby monitor. The humming, or soft singing, got louder and clearer as the voice got closer to the monitor. I wasn't dreaming. I could hear a woman softly singing lullabies in my daughter's bedroom. I had never been so scared and dumbfounded in my life. When I heard the voice, all I could say to myself was, "You have to be kidding me. My daughter was right. There's a ghost in my house." I was feeling a mixture of pure terror and disbelief. Then the voice spoke out. "Alice, sweetie, are you awake?" Adrenaline shot through my veins. I jumped out of bed and locked my bedroom door. I picked up my cell and called Steve from next door. He didn't waste a second. As soon as I got off the phone with him, I heard him storm out of his back door screaming, "Don't you move!" I ran outside and found him aiming his shotgun at a woman crouched outside my daughter's window, the one I had left open after Irma and never closed. Steve quickly dropped his guard when he realized the woman. It was Jean, the neighborhood maintenance woman. Steve's wife came running out after him and confirmed it was her. Jean played dumb, said she was not singing and didn't even know my daughter's name. She said she was near my daughter's window because she was doing her weekly patrol for gators and thought she saw one approach our house from the lake. Bull crap. That bitch was singing, and she called out to my daughter by name. Yes, it's true that there have been a few gators spotted around the neighborhood, and yes, part of Jean's job was to patrol the lake at night every now and then, but 2 a.m.? I obviously knew it was bullcrap, and even though neither Steve or his wife called her out on it, I could tell from the look on their faces that they didn't believe her either. The next morning, I went over to Steve's house to thank him and tell him exactly what happened. He told me Jean and her husband had been known to be a little cuckoo, but this was by far the craziest thing to happen so far. Steve helped me install metal bars on Alice's window that afternoon. Yeah, I'm moving. I've already made up my mind. I can't sleep knowing that lady is part of the norm in this community. I mean, how the hell did she know my daughter's name? She must have gotten Alice to talk to her a few times before she got scary for her. Alice did say she didn't like her, quote, anymore. It was early July. I was about to begin my senior year of college, but home for the summer. While at home, I met Lisa on Tinder. Lisa lived in the same town as my college and invited me to stay with her for the weekend. I happily obliged. That booty. The weekend with Lisa went great. We started dating a couple of weeks later. It's now late July or early August 2012. My housing for the upcoming year was going to be in our fraternity housing off campus. We had a main house called the Big House and a smaller house in the backyard, the Little House. I needed to clean up the little house I was going to be moving into since it was left filthy by the previous tenants. Lisa offered to help, so we spent most of our time there. The little house was stockpiled with furniture that people had left for the summer instead of taking it home. There were probably 6 or 7 couches stuffed in a tiny living room, so you literally had to hop from one to the other to navigate the room. We made a game of it, and made great use of them throughout the weekend. Sorry. To give you an idea of the layout, the little house was a ranch-style brick home with 3 adjacent bedrooms at the back of the house and a kitchen and living room at the front. The front door entered directly into the living room. The side door, if entering the home, was off to the right on the far side of the kitchen. In the living room was one large 6 by 8 foot glass window, covered with blackout curtains at the front of the house. Here's a photo if you're just standing inside the front door. The kitchen is to your back. The lighting from the front window is visible on the left, just beyond the closet. Okay, so here's the story. It's late, probably around 11 p.m. Lisa and I were tuckered out, and we cuddled up on one of the couches to watch the London Olympics. She dozes off, head on my chest, and I'm left there happily pinned down. Suddenly, the front doorknob starts to shake. I'm caught off guard because it's summer in an empty college town, and we aren't expecting anyone. It stops for a moment. The doorknob shakes more violently this time. Thankfully, it's locked. As I prepare to slide out from under Lisa to investigate, 3 loud bangs against the door as if someone was trying to kick it in. Their attempt to enter has failed. Phew. I'm partially relieved, but still aware that there are 2 other doors where they could enter. Lisa's awake now, delirious and frantic. "What's going on? What was that?" she yelled. I hushed her and told her to get up and go to the back of the house, into a bedroom and lock the door until I personally came to get her. She refused. I demanded, She obliged and scurried her way across the couches and locked herself in the back bedroom. I run to the far side of the kitchen and make sure the side door is locked. It is. Back door? Locked as well. Okay, we're alright. For now. I'm thinking to myself, weapon? What can I use? Crap, I wish I had a gun. Maybe the brothers left something. Shotgun would be ideal. I see a hunting bow with a full quiver and arrows. No, too cumbersome. Keep looking. Golf club, 6-iron. Perfect. Everything is silent, aside from my pounding heartbeat and the faint sound of Lisa calling the cops from the back room. I'm standing in the kitchen, so I have a full view of both the front door and the side door, white-knuckling this golf club, when suddenly the side doorknob starts shaking, and there's a couple of bangs on that door. Lisa screams from the back of the house, and I yell to the intruder, "We're in here and we called the cops. They'll be here any second. Leave us alone." The banging stops. It's silent. Dead silent. We wait for the cops to come. Lisa and I are back in the living room on the couch. 2 full hours pass. It's now something like 2:30 a.m. and there's still no sign of the cops. I'm both exhausted from the adrenaline crash and angry that the cops haven't come. We call them again. 911, what's your emergency? Hi, yeah, we called 2 hours ago to report an intruder, but no cops ever came. Are you still in the home? Did the intruder make it inside? Yeah, we're still inside. They didn't get in, but I'm scared they're going to come back. What's your address? I'll have an officer go over and check out the area. Thank you. The address is 123. As I'm literally spelling out the address, the front door is getting slammed or kicked again. I holler to the 911 operator. They're back. Please help. Hurry. Officers are on their way. Stay on the phone. Keep away from windows and doors. Lisa is freaking out. I'm freaking out, wielding the golf club again. And suddenly, the entire front window, all 6 by 8 feet, shatters to pieces. The glass is mostly contained by the blackout curtains, and I screamed the girliest, most blood-curdling scream I can imagine. I stood up and started swinging the golf club wildly, hoping to make contact with whatever or whoever was coming into the house. Moments later we hear sirens, and I can faintly see blue light swirling outside through the split in the curtains. A megaphone announces the police presence. They scour the area and eventually knock on the door. Apparently, someone did try to kick in both doors, and there were boot prints to prove it. The window was shattered with a malt liquor bottle. They ended up finding a drunkard from the trailer park nearby who had been roaming the area. I bought a gun the next day. My uncle has lived in Russia for more than 2 decades. From time to time, I used to travel there for holidays since my early childhood. He lived in a rural area, not too far from the city of Moscow. He held a small farm, cows, pigs, chickens and such. I was 19 when I went to Uncle for the summer break. Since I was old enough to help him around the place, and I had a driving license, Uncle asked me to get into a truck and take hay back to the farm from the plot of land that he used to grow, so he had hay ready for winter. He had to keep feeding 2 cows, and without hay, it'd almost be impossible to keep cattle in the winter. I'd have to make a few trips to drive all stacks of hay from the plot to home, but as a motivation, Uncle promised to let me borrow his car for a night out with friends. We made a deal, and the first trip came and went without any incidents. It wasn't a big distance between the plot and the farm. It would be 25 to 27 kilometers maybe, but loading and unloading the truck took a long time. So by the time of the second trip, it was already well past sunset. I was driving the truck back to the farm, full of another load of hay, when suddenly, on the road, appeared a man. He was smiling and holding up a 1,000-ruble bill in hopes of catching a ride. You ever get the feeling when something is out of place, but you can't quite put your finger on it? I had that weird feeling and decided to play safe and fair. I didn't stop and continued my journey back to my uncle's farm. I felt a bit guilty for leaving that man there, but in my defense, I was a 19-year-old girl driving a car that wasn't even mine and loaded with tons of hay, which costs quite a bit of money. I didn't want to risk not only getting hijacked, but also maybe something worse, which, sure enough, I calmed my conscience and in a few minutes forgot the encounter entirely. Not long after, I heard a weird noise coming from the backside of the truck. Something was hitting against the truck bed door, and I got scared that I might have thrown all the hay without knowing it. I stopped the car and got out, looked back, checked the door and latches, and crawled under, but everything seemed fine. I shrugged and returned back to the cabin. I was about to open the door and get inside when I saw that old man sitting in the cabin of the truck, smiling at me and holding out the 1,000-ruble bill. I didn't even hear him opening or closing the doors. I almost fell back from sheer shock. How the hell? When? Why? I had 1,000 questions lining up in my head. How this dude got in there, how he caught up, why was he sitting in my uncle's truck? I yelled at him to get the hell out of the truck, but the old man was just sitting there, smiling and holding out the damn bill. I yelled at him, threatened, but nothing. And standing there outside my truck, holding the doorknob of the driver's side, I realized that I'm scared to death of that man. Luckily for me, I saw the lights of another truck coming my way. I leaned out all the way, holding myself with the doorknob, and started waving my hand. While the truck was getting closer, I was thinking to myself that I'd give this creepy old fart a ride for his life, with that bill far up his guts. The truck was almost here, and I decided to look into the cabin of my truck and saw him now scooted over to the driver's seat, face stuck to the window and staring at me. I fell over and landed on my ass from fright. Then I heard the doors of my truck open from the passenger side and scrambled to my feet. The dude walked over. He was still smiling and holding out the bill. Only then I noticed what he held in his other hand, a small kitchen hatchet. This wasn't fun and games anymore. I backed away, and just in that moment, the truck arrived and stopped right beside me. The man that stopped before me turned and dashed into the forest, away from the road. The driver of the other truck looked over and asked what was wrong. I just yelled, "There's a man with a 1,000-ruble bill and kitchen hatchet here." Dude didn't even get out. He locked his doors and ordered me to do the same. Jumping back into my truck, I locked the doors and waited for a while with the other driver. What we were waiting for, I don't know. Maybe to see him again, to wait and see if he'd turn up again. 10 minutes went, and the driver of the truck decided it was safe enough now to get out of the cars. We got out, shook hands and lit cigarettes. I told him what had happened from the beginning, while I smoked like crazy. The driver was nodding along and looking around, seemingly looking for some movement from the side of the forest. Butting cigarettes, he advised me to never stop the car no matter what, and especially if going at night. He was a long-haul driver and seemingly speaking from experience, so I agreed, and bidding goodbye, we got into our own separate trucks and parted ways. When I got to the farm, I informed my aunt about what had happened, and as I expected, she started freaking out. She called my uncle immediately and explained everything, and soon enough, the neighbor boy that was helping all day to unload the truck here in the farm took the keys and drove back to my uncle himself. And to be honest, I was happy that he relieved me of my duty. I was thinking all night about how that guy caught up with me. I wasn't speeding, but wasn't crawling either. My only guess was that he ran after my truck and somehow jumped on the back door. He held up for a while and then started to make noises so I'd stop and get out and investigate, which is how it exactly happened. Why was he doing all this? I can only guess. I never saw that man ever since, and to this day, I have no idea what it was all about, or what would have happened if not for some random driver in the right place at the right time. Thankfully, I didn't have a chance to find out. Thank you, driver, for amazing timing. And as for the old man, with his stupid bill and hatchet, let's never meet again. It was the summer of 2014, I believe. I was a sophomore going into my junior year of college, and I wanted to be like everyone else and have a job during the summer so I can have some money in my pocket. My brother was a pharmacy technician at one of the biggest stores in New Jersey. He was damn good at it, which helped me out when I applied to his store to be a stocker. I got rejected for some reason, but when they found out that I was related to their best employee, they gave me a shot. When I got hired, we had an agreement that they were going to keep me in the daytime for a bit and then put me into night shift. I asked for night shift because I was a gamer and all we do is stay up all night, and I thought, hell, why not benefit off my insomnia? After working for a bit, I was told today was the day that I would get trained in a bit of night shift duties so I can be transitioned into the night shift, and I was pretty excited. It went from 8 to midnight, and I asked my manager if they're training me tonight, and he changed his mind. The night shift manager didn't show up today because he got sick, so they had to postpone it. So I walked home in defeat, absolutely exhausted because that job destroyed me, and I just couldn't wait to get home and sleep. The next day I was awoken to my mother barging into my room. I was still drowsy but understood exactly what she said to me. "Hey, your store got shot up." And I thought I was dreaming. I looked at her phone and saw the news article that stated that, indeed, a shootout did occur at the store I worked at. I tried to get in contact with my manager and got no response, so I headed to work. It was like a scene from CSI or something. Yellow tape outside the store. A security guard with a vest and gun ushered me in after I flashed my company's logo on my shirt. It was insane. Once I got in, I got the whole story from my manager. After I left, a man came in and walked around the store and told customers, quote, "He's going to be on the TV. He's going to be famous." He then proceeded to attack one of our armed security officers, an old man, unfortunately, and bashed him in the head. He then proceeded to grab the security guard's gun. Of course, panic ensues. Customers went upstairs to protect themselves. An employee jumped the counter and ran home, and managers hid in their office and called the cops. Unfortunately that night, a rookie cop showed up to the scene, and as soon as he did, the gunman shot him in his own vehicle. After that, more police officers came, and once they found out that one of their own was hurt, they opened fire on the gunman. And the scariest part was, not only did this happen on the day I was supposed to be doing night shift, it happened literally 3 hours after I left. The whole thing shook up my neighborhood quite a bit. Somehow it turned into a people versus police sort of situation. A lot of people were on the side of the police, because, come on, this guy just walked in and attacked people for no reason. But a lot of others were quite on the whole, screw the police rhetoric. It got to a point where there were cops standing on the street corners, and people who worked at the store were scared to wear their uniforms outside of the store in fear of being attacked. Luckily, besides the gunman's father coming into the store and pleading with us about something, nothing came of it. And also, yes, I did do night shift for that exact same store a few years later. Not by choice. My heart always skipped a beat when I heard the sliding doors activate. I used to live in Las Vegas, but I've moved out of state since. Currently, I'm in Washington state. When this took place, I lived right outside of Seattle, maybe an hour and a half away at most, in a smaller city known as Everett. And honestly, it's not as nice a place as it used to be. Washington, for whatever reason, has rather unnecessarily high rent. My family and I were living in a small apartment for nearly $1,500 a month, so you'd expect we'd be living somewhere pretty nice, right? Of course not. The interior itself wasn't bad, but it was very small for the three of us to squeeze into. We made it work, of course, though there were negatives such as sharing a bathroom, but it wasn't nearly as bad as having the entirety of the grass hill in front of the apartment door littered with cigarettes and used epidermic needles. By this time, we had a security system installed, including an interior camera, so we had no issues with break-ins. However, my car was constantly being broken into. There wasn't ever really anything to take though. I mean, once they stole sunglasses, and another instance they pried the gas lid open and attempted to funnel gas out. I don't know how well that worked out for them though. Living there was pretty crappy. Our roommate and I even ended up being followed around by some junkie asking for a pipe while grocery shopping across the street from our apartment. The area definitely wasn't ideal. The apartment complex was pretty quiet though. Just be careful outside, I suppose. The neighbors directly above us had quite a few small children, always running around, and their parents spent a lot of time on the balcony, flicking the remains of their cigarettes onto the lawn out front. Obnoxious, but what can you do? Then the neighbors directly next to us, they had a no smoking sign bolted to their door. This was because they were an elderly couple, easily in their 60s or 70s, and the wife was handicapped and constantly hooked to an oxygen tank. Their middle-aged son seemed to live with them as well, and also took part in littering the lawn. I had spoken briefly to them, mainly them warning me about leaving my bike on the balcony, because apparently someone had stolen their wife's £150 mobility scooter after they had briefly left it by their front door. I had seen the son out by himself at night mostly, chain-smoking and listening to the Walkman pinned to his side. We made small talk once or twice, while we both happened to be smoking outside, but I didn't make it a habit. He gave off some odd vibes. I ended up enrolling into a trade school, which happened to be out of state in Oregon. Astoria, Oregon, specifically. It was a very small town, only really known for it being the filming area for both the Goonies and Kindergarten Cop. It was roughly 4 hours from Seattle, so I wasn't exactly close to home. The first few weeks went very smoothly. I did, however, end up receiving a call from my mum one night. The police had shown up at her apartment door, demanding the information of our elderly neighbors, but she couldn't help them, of course. We had never been more than friendly with them. We had also noticed that their truck hadn't been parked out front lately. It sort of just seemed to have disappeared. Not much later, an instructor of mine came to class with a newspaper clipping about a missing girl, read the article to us, and moved on. About a week after this, I was out in town with my partner at the time, and I received another call from my mother. She explained to me that the police had showed up again, this time at the neighbor's apartment. Their truck still hadn't returned either. She did, however, end up seeing the elderly man one day after work. Of course, she asked him what was happening, and he explained everything. The missing girl my instructor had brought up before class, his son ended up being responsible for. There was a young girl, either 14 or 15 in California, who their son had been chatting with online. Essentially, he was catfishing her. He portrayed some 18-year-old man as his online persona. Keep in mind that he was nearly in his early 50s. They had been talking for quite some time, and with her teenage angst and all, ended up getting into a fight with her parents, so she decided to pack her things and run away with him. He took his parents' truck out to California and picked her up. She was then held captive in his truck for the next several days. He took the battery out of her cell phone so she couldn't be tracked. They ended up driving from California all the way to Astoria, Oregon. For whatever reason, after he decided he was sick of abusing her, he parked the car at the only McDonald's in town and just left her there. She managed to get out of the car and explained it all to whoever happened to be working at the register. The police were called and her parents immediately drove up to get her. And to add even more salt to the wound, his wife and kids all found out about this via the local news. Turns out, his name is Russell Davini, and he's been charged with kidnapping and assault and coercion. Pretty odd that we ended up in the same small towns, not just once, but twice. I've since completed school, and my family and I have once again moved. So, Davini, let's not meet again. This is the first time I've shared this story. So me and a few of my friends were having a sleepover on a casual Friday. We all came to my friend's house right after school and planned to stay there overnight twice into Sunday. Now, whenever my friends and I would sleep over at this friend's house, let's call him Zach, he would play hide and seek in the woods behind his house. We were always in teams of 2, and there were usually 6 or 7 of us. On this night, there were 6. So we had 2 seekers and 4 hiders. Me and my friend Zach teamed up. I had the flashlight, he had the phone. This took place in the Christina Lake area. So we go outside and start the game. Zach and I are hiding behind this really thick tree about a half mile away from his house. We hear shouting in the distance and just assume it was our friends being caught by the seekers. Soon enough, we hear footsteps and lots of people talking. My first instinct is to turn off the flashlight and stay hidden. The mutters are becoming louder, and so are the footsteps. Now we assume that our friends are getting nearer, but we don't recognize their voices. Now they're right on top of us, like maybe 7 feet away, and me and my friend are still being as quiet as possible. It's pitch black due to fall in Canada. My friend Zach says, "I'm gonna try and get a look," and basically makes as much noise as humanly possible. I just started going for it. Zach and I dash from behind the tree we were using as cover and hear, "Go get them," from behind us. I don't even turn on the flashlight. I'm just jumping every time I see something darker than the shades of the rest of the forest. Zach gets cut off by some other members and darts right off the trail he was on. I'm still gunning it towards his house and hear footsteps coming up behind me. I jumped off my trail and slid down the fallen leaves, making a bunch of noise, but somehow losing the guy that was coming after me. I jumped behind a fallen log and cut my leg open on the branch. I held my breath, trying to make as little noise as possible. The guy yells, "Son of a bitch, I'm gonna find you, you little whore." Me being a 12-year-old male took no offense to this. He turned his back, and as I sprinted towards the house, I noticed my friends with the basement hatch open and they saw me. Then the guy. I made a jump and landed in the basement hatch and tumbled down the stairs, shut the door just in time. He didn't bother trying to get in. Turns out my other 4 friends saw these guys and ran back towards Zach's house. Not even 5 minutes later, Zach was pounding on the door and we let him in. I come from a chaotic upbringing. I was born and raised as a child in South Korea. I later moved to Australia with my mother, having lost my father in a homicide. The next few years of my life in Australia were difficult. Meeting and making friends was difficult in the early noughties, particularly since I was quite nerdy and did not speak much English, something most Australian kids at the time did not relate well to. One of my scariest memories from when I was age 12. At the time, it did not even occur to me just how close I came to potentially losing my life. My mother and I were on a road trip, heading south from Melbourne to stay on the southern coast. We had stopped one evening at a small, well-kept caravan park. The caravan park was quaint and beautiful, neat grass, nice flowers, and a small creek which ran along the edge of the premises. It reminded me of home. I spent some time walking around on my own as my mother was taking a nap. I discovered a game and pool room. I went inside and spent probably a good few hours playing pool by myself and generally just mucking around when a young boy came in. I was very shy and so was he, but we eventually talked for a little while and became friendly. I do not remember playing any games with him, but I do recall him being pretty nervous. He kept asking me if I wanted to go back to his caravan, as his parents were making dinner. At first, I was not interested and said no. We spent some more time doing things and talking. As it got later, he became more pushy and asked if I liked cake and lollies. Of course, I said. That much I do remember clearly. I followed him to his caravan, which was much older than ours and quite dilapidated. He asked me to wait outside while he talked to his parents. I waited patiently for a few minutes until the door opened, and a large older man with glasses and no shirt opened the door and asked if I would like to come inside for cake. I was scared, but I remember feeling like I had to, like it would be rude of me to leave. As I was walking in the door, I heard a man behind me shout, "Hey, what's going on here?" I was quickly grabbed by the collar of my dress and pulled inside. The man then quickly tried to lock the door behind me. However, the stranger was too quick and burst in the door. He took my hand abruptly and pulled me outside, and we frantically ran away. The man asked which unit or room or caravan I was in and took me straight there. We went inside and my mum yelled at him asking why I was there. I was hiding in the corner, crying while he explained what happened. We packed back up that night and left immediately. I was already heavily on anxiety medication after what happened back home, and we never spoke about it alone again. My mother claimed it was something I should talk to my therapist about. Every time we all spoke about it, my mother would leave the room. It scared the hell out of her, and I didn't really understand why. I guess at that age, it's difficult for the brain to comprehend the reality or potential of the situation. Looking back on it now, it utterly scares me to the point of losing sleep. When I was a kid, my mum worked as a teacher, and she got very close to a co-worker of hers who had a son around my age, and of whom I, as well, was very close. When my mum or her friend would head out for the night, the other would take care of both of us kids. And basically, it meant I spent half my time over there, and my friend spent half his time at my house, which was perfect and fun for us. We lived in different cities, but since that kind of system had been going on pretty much since forever, I grew up knowing my friend's city just as well as mine. His mum was well aware of that, so that being said, whenever we were going on a walk in their area, she'd let us wander around because she knew we'd always find our way back to her. My mum, though, was more cautious and always kept an eye on us as she'd walk behind us to make sure she was always able to see us. I just wish her friend would have done the same. One day, I had to be around 6 or 7. We were going on a walk with my friend Marcus and his mum Katie. It was a very sunny day, and I was wearing a dress with embroidered flowers, and I had my long blonde hair down. I often heard I was a pretty kid, even from strangers in the street, and besides making me and my parents somewhat uncomfortable, nothing bad ever happened. During that walk, Katie was walking ahead of us, and I was chatting and just fooling around with Marcus, when he suddenly remembered something urgent to tell his mum, as urgent as something can be for an 8-year-old boy. He ran up to her and left me strolling behind for a couple of minutes, just the same as it had happened 100 times prior. That time though, we were circling around a big campsite, and we walked by white vans and camping cars. One of those vans had its back doors open, and there was a man, probably in his mid-40s, smoking a cigarette and leaning on the vehicle. He locked eyes with me as I was approaching, then saw that Katie and Marcus weren't paying much attention to me, as they were already a couple of meters ahead. Then, he proceeded to pull me by my arm close to him, and so I found myself with my body touching his. So weirded out that I didn't even say a word, although I knew Katie would have heard me if I called for help. He leaned towards me, as he was obviously much taller than I was, muttering something I didn't get, and he winked at me and kissed me on the lips, and then pulled me to the open doors of his van. At this point, if he had pushed me just a little, I would have fell in the truck. At this point, I was too scared to even lift a finger, and even though I didn't understand everything that was going on, I knew it wasn't okay. He put his hands on the door as to close the vehicle, and I felt my heart sink. At that exact moment, some other man jogged towards us, in his 40s as well, waving hello to me and saying something along the lines of, "I lost sight of you for a bit." I was so scared. He had a very kindly look on his face and was staring at me with great insistence, with a huge reassuring smile. And the van man awkwardly laughed and yanked me out of the way of the car, slamming the door shut. I ran to Katie as I heard the van go off and just acted as if nothing had happened. To this day, I never told that story to anyone, not to Katie or Marcus, not to my mum, nobody. I'm 22 years old today. So, to the friendly guy who obviously didn't lose sight of me or whatever, but just probably saw everything and wanted to interfere, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. To the pedophile who surely would have abducted me, and who was strangely okay with kissing a kid in public and in broad daylight, I'm not even in the mood to add anything to what happened, but everyone thinks the same thing as I do, and I wish you hell, and let's not ever meet again, although I think I'd be too old for you. Okay, before I get into the story, there's a few things I need to explain about my country, South Africa, for you to fully understand the story. In South Africa, it's normal to have high brick walls with electric gates, electric fences, alarms, etc. The crime here is hectic. It's also pretty normal to have big gardens. My family and I are big animal lovers, so at the time, we had 6 dogs, 2 Shar-Peis, 2 German short-haired pointers, and 2 dachshunds. With that being said, our dogs roam freely in and out of our garden, as it's obviously enclosed. We usually leave the veranda door open during the day for them to do their thing. Another thing about South Africa, it's normal to have a live-in domestic worker, or maid, and gardener, like the average family usually employs them. It's not only for wealthy people, which seems to be a thing in other countries. For the story, our domestic worker is Ellie, and our gardener is Vince. So this happened in 2007 when I was 9 years old. My 10-year-old brother and I had just gotten our first cell phones that day. My dad surprised us after work. You may think it's a bit young, but it was used for emergencies to communicate with our parents. Anyway, it's an important piece of info for the story. We don't usually leave our veranda door open at night due to security reasons, but I remember it being a hot summer night that night, so of course, this night of all nights, the veranda door was wide open and the dogs were doing their thing in the garden. My brother and I were in my parents' room setting up our new cell phones, all excited. Ellie's daughter, Anne, who's like an older sister to us, who was 18, was helping my brother and me. My dad was somewhere in the house, and my mum was in the bath. I specifically remember Anne commenting about how the dogs were not shut up, and how annoying it was. That's when I noticed it too. Sure, they'd bark, but it was usually the dachshunds that yapped when the bigger dogs just chilled. Plus, it would only happen for a few minutes, then they'd get over it. Something was different that night, as even the bigger dogs were barking non-stop. My dad appeared in his room and mentioned to us that he too noticed the dog's incessant barking, and he was going to check if everything was okay. No alarm bells went off in my head, and I don't believe my dad thought anything was amiss either, because my brother asked to investigate with him, and my dad agreed. I was obviously too engrossed in my new Sony Ericsson. My dad ventured out to our garden with my brother in tow, when my dad had noticed the dogs were all grouped, growling and going nuts at a dark corner behind our in-the-ground swimming pool. The best way I can describe it is our garden beyond the pool hits like a slight decline, so we have a few steps leading down the hill to the bottom end of our garden. We usually have a lamp that lights it up, but my dad had noticed how that lamp seemed to be off, which confused him because he could have sworn it worked the other night. Either way, my dad said he got a gut-wrenching feeling because of this, and because of how out of character the dogs were acting. He called after them, and they'd usually come running, but tonight they all seemed to just look at him, then turn back around and continue going crazy at this dark corner down the steps. My dad told my brother to go back inside the house and get a torch, sort of using it as an excuse for my brother not to come with him because of this off feeling. When my brother went back inside, my dad slowly approached the steps. He noticed how the dogs seemed to be snapping at whatever it was, hiding just out of view in the darkness. As he got to the steps, he noticed the lamp was smashed. Confused, he inched to the steps, and as he put two and two together, it was too late. My dad, being an ex-vet, an avid hunter, felt something cold against his temple, and immediately knew it was a gun. Out of the darkness stepped 4 other men in balaclavas, all armed. Shocked, he stood frozen on the steps. The man holding the gun to his head was instantly aggressive and asked him where my brother was, that he saw my dad come out with my brother, but my brother went back into the house. Why? My dad said something came over him, and before he knew what he was saying, he responded with, "He's gone inside to press the panic button." As he said that, he saw how all these guys started to panic. They started speaking in an African language called Zulu, assuming my dad couldn't understand. It's not common for white people to speak it. My dad had actually grown up on a farm where he learnt it fluently because of the farm workers. The aggressive guy, holding the gun, said in Zulu, "Crap, the cops will be here any minute. Let's just kill this guy, grab whatever we can, and go." The others seemed apprehensive, and the smaller guy seemed really on edge, and continued to say how he can't go back to jail again, and they needed to get the hell out before the cops show, which would be any minute. He was panicking. My dad then fed on these guys' fear. He interrupted them, speaking English, pretending to not understand what they're saying, and said we usually have armed response vehicles that drove in our area since my brother pushed the panic button a long time ago. They'll probably be here any second. And that did it. My dad watched as their plan unraveled before them. The smaller scared guy started freaking out all over the other guys, saying that they needed to leave ASAP, or else they'd be caught. He seemed to make the others more nervous and lose confidence until they started full-on bickering amongst themselves, their plan slowly turning to crap, as a third guy had put it. The aggressive one pointing the gun to my dad's head slowly lowered it, and they started fighting, losing focus on my dad and shifting his focus onto his crew. My dad then used this as an opportunity to slowly back up the steps and turn to dart to the house, As luck would have it, as my dad ran into the veranda door, my oblivious brother was heading out with the torch. My dad scooped him up in his arm, mid-run, and sprinted into the house, not even closing the door behind him. Silly, I know, but I think he just wanted to get my brother inside as quick as possible, without even thinking. Anne and I were oblivious to everything. When my dad rushed through the bedroom door, slammed it shut, and told us to go upstairs into the attic. Quote, "There's 5 guys outside with guns. They're here to hurt us. Get upstairs now." My heart sank. I remember my body automatically responding and me sprinting to the stairs with Anne right behind me. My mum ran out of the bathroom in a towel, not too far behind. We sat there in the darkness in silence. I swear you could hear a pin drop. I think we were all just waiting to hear something below us in the rooms. My mum cursed, saying she didn't have a phone. Neither did my dad. But, in my hand was my brand new Sony Ericsson. No better emergency to use it than now, right? My mum dials the police, and I kid you not, they asked where we lived. We explained, and they told us it wasn't in their jurisdiction. Sorry, click. The line goes dead. We're now not only crapping ourselves, but we're flabbergasted too. My mum starts cursing like a sailor again, and that's when my dad realizes, damn, he didn't close the veranda door. And what about Ellie and Vince, who were in their rooms, blissfully unaware of the danger they're in? He gets his firearm in the safe in the attic, and he tells us that whatever we hear, to not come downstairs, to stay hidden no matter what. Now I'm sobbing, begging my dad not to leave us, but he tells us that he has to go to get Ellie and Vince before something bad happens to them. Now there's even more tears, as reality hits that there's 2 other people still in danger. Anne's understandably in hysterics because she's also fearing for her mum downstairs. My dad disappears, and the air is thick with tension. We can still hear the dogs going crazy, indicating that those men were still on our property. My mum then calls another number, the armed security that drives around the area, and they say they'll be over in about 10 to 15 minutes. They say to wait and stay hidden until they ring our bell at the gate. We all wait in silence, fearing that we'll hear a gunshot or anything indicating these men are still in our house. But there was just silence. The only sound was the dogs barking outside. After what seemed like hours, most probably a couple of minutes, we heard stomping coming up the stairs, and my heart rate quickened. I remember shutting my eyes and praying that it was my dad with Ellie and Vince. Luckily, it was. We all hid for a while. No one dared to speak. The dogs seemed to have calmed down considerably, but were still barking every now and then. The gate intercom rang, and my dad told us to wait while he checked if it was the security company. And sure enough, it was. He opened up, and the nightmare was over. I remember standing up, and my knees buckling from the adrenaline my body endured. The armed security somehow notified the right police, and everyone investigated the garden. They found that there were actually 7 pairs of footprints, and that these guys bent the spikes on our wall and just climbed over. We got an electric fence shortly after, so there must have been 2 other guys hiding in the shadows that my dad hadn't seen, which is actually creepy in its own right. South Africa's violent crime is quite bad, and it's sickeningly common for torture to happen during home invasions. I was obviously so young at the time, I didn't know the horrors of the world, and was just scared for my family getting hurt. Now that I'm older, just the thought of 4 women being in the house, and my mum being in nothing but a bath towel, gives me the chills to this day. The cop said the fact that there were so many guys, instead of like 1 to 3, indicates that these guys possibly had sinister intentions. Thank goodness nothing happened to my family, and I'm forever thankful for my dad's quick thinking regarding the panic button. Also, I'm so glad my dad understands Zulu and can manipulate the situation to benefit us. Lastly, My family will forever be in debt to our good boys and girls that warned us that night. A terrifying and life-changing outcome would have 100% happened that night had it not been for our incredible doggos. From that day onwards, my dad always gave them leftover rice or meat with their dinner. Rest in peace, Impy, Shutu, Dash, Fudge, Wrinkles, and Pikachu. I'm sure there was a special place in heaven reserved for you angels. I have 3 children. My middle child, my son, is the sweetest thing. He is compassionate and empathetic, which at his age, 3, is rare. When we go out in public, people take notice, especially if it's just him and me. He will talk your head off and has impeccable manners. It was during a last-minute shopping trip this takes place. One child was in school, the other was with my mum, so he and I had some time alone. I always treasure these trips because I get to experience his beautiful personality unfiltered. We go to the store, get what we need out of the food section, then head to the toiletries. He is happy just talking away, mostly about things relevant to him in his 3-year-old mind, telling me he's a superhero, having to save a princess, asking to pick up something special for his brother and sister. All around, a cute kid. We go down the oral hygiene aisle to pick up some toothpaste. As we are leaving the aisle, I notice a man and woman together. I'm assuming they are married. The woman continues onto the aisle, whereas the man stops close to where my son and I were, and just sort of stares. I figure he was listening to our conversation, as most people do. Seriously, the kid talks a lot. It didn't freak me out, but just made me more alert. So this guy, without prompting, says to me, "He's cute. Can I have him?" I was weirded out, but said, "No, I love my boy. I think I'll keep him." Well, that's too bad. I'm thinking that's going to be the end of our exchange. I tried giving him the benefit of the doubt and assuming he was joking, and didn't realize it was creepy. At this point, my son sees a Batman toothbrush he must have. I explained to him, yes, it is the most amazing toothbrush ever, but I just don't have the money to buy another one right now. Being 3, he was obviously upset. End of the world type stuff. So, the man completely bypasses me and comes up to my son. "What about this one? Do you like this one? If you lived with me, I'd get it for you." Now, I'm completely freaked out. Who ignores the mother to talk to the child, offering him something he can't have? What did he expect? My son to say in front of me that he wants to go with the man, and I let him? It was just super weird, him coming at my son like that. I gave him the full effect of my touch my kid and I'll stab you face. He sort of backs off, but doesn't go to join his wife. I'm super cautious when it comes to my kids, because my aunt was murdered by a serial killer. It has left this aura of fear, despair, and paranoia in my family, making something big out of something small. But I knew this was big. At this point, I'm like, screw this, and noped our asses out of there. This guy very cautiously starts to follow us, going into an aisle when we were heading out. He was trying very hard to be nonchalant, staying a good ways behind us as to not arouse suspicion, but being hyper-aware for the reasons above, I took notice. So I go down the aisles I had already been down, then going again. He followed us everywhere. What was he trying to do? Kidnap my kid in the middle of a crowded supermarket? After this dance of ours, I decided to head to the bathroom and hide out for a while. What do you know? He heads to the men's room. I get into the restroom and block the door with my body, meaning someone would have to knock before coming in because they couldn't open the door. I figured if he tried to force his way in, I'd have a head start. I decided if he was still there when we got out, I would alert security. I could have handled him if he decided to make his move, since I practice Muay Thai, but I really try not to use it if I can help it, because it's such a brutal art form. My son and I chill out in the bathroom for about 45 minutes, sort of awkwardly. I give him my phone to play a game, while thinking of what my next move is, and all the horrible things this guy could have planned for my son. All the while thinking, what was this guy's end game? Abduct a kid in broad daylight? He had to know he would get caught because I would make a huge fuss. The store would go on lockdown. Did he want to get arrested? Does he think he could get away with it? Was he tweaked out on drugs? Mentally ill? So many questions without answers. This ends anticlimactically because when we left, the guy was long gone. I just think how lucky we were that nothing happened, or that this guy wasn't more patient. I have no doubt in my mind I would have murdered someone for trying to take my kid. So, supermarket creeper, if we meet again, you're gonna get shanked. For some background, I'm female, and when this took place, I was 13 or 14 years old. My family moved to a semi-posh, small housing development when I was in 8th grade. At the time, there were maybe 12 other homes in the development. Soon after moving in, my parents made friends with our next-door neighbors, James and Margaret. They were only slightly younger than my parents, I'd guess mid-30s, and had no children. When asked why they hadn't had any children yet, James said something along the lines of, "I'm waiting to get my ducks in a row." They were super nice, friendly, and fun to be around. Sometimes my parents would leave my little sister and me with them while they would go out. They had a huge house and tons of movies to watch, and cable, which we didn't have. At first, I really enjoyed hanging out with James. I thought he was funny and really easy to talk to. He spoke to me like he would to an adult, like we were friends. I could talk to him about school or vent about how strict my parents were. For months, things were totally normal. Then, very slowly, things started to change. I started to gradually feel more and more uncomfortable around James. He would say little things that I felt were slightly suggestive, and sometimes he would hug me for too long. At first, I just ignored it and assumed I was probably being paranoid. We continued to be friends with James and Margaret. We'd have dinner with them. Sometimes Margaret would invite me over to bake with her. One night, James gave me a fake earring and said it would be really funny if I put it on my belly button to scare my mum. I actually agreed. I thought it would be hilarious. My mum is really, really conservative. I went to put it on my belly button, and he said, "It would be even funnier if you put it on your nipple instead. Do you think it would fit?" And he tried to lift up my shirt. That was when I knew I wasn't paranoid, and that this man was not my friend. Clearly, I should have immediately told my parents, but teenage me was not that smart. I was really embarrassed by the situation, and for some reason, felt like I'd just make everyone mad at me if I said anything. So from that point on, I just made up any excuse not to be around James. If he and Margaret came to our house, I'd stay in my room the whole time. If my family went to their house, I'd say I had homework, or just wanted to stay home by myself. My parents just figured I was being a typical antisocial teenager. For a while, nothing happened. Then James started calling my house every time my parents went out and I was at home. He'd ask for my dad or mum, but then would try to casually strike up a conversation with me. I'd brush him off and tell him I'd let my parents know he called. One night, I was home alone and he called. He said he was bored and asked if I wanted to come over and watch a movie. I said I had homework. Another night, he called and asked if he could swing by and pick up some movies that he had let my parents borrow. I felt like I didn't have a valid excuse for why he couldn't take back his own movies, so I said okay. He said he'd come get them in a few minutes. I very quickly grabbed the movies and put them on my front porch, then went back inside and locked the doors. He rang the bell, but I ignored him. He must have said something to my mum about it, because she asked me why I didn't give them to him, why I didn't answer the door. I told her my music must have been too loud and didn't hear it. I came up with excuse after excuse and still said nothing, all the while growing to truly hate James. One night, while home alone, I was cleaning my room. My bedroom is on the side of the house that faces James and Margaret's house, on the second floor. I was just listening to some music and cleaning near the window. I glanced up, and there was James, standing in front of his kitchen sliding glass door, staring up at me. He was fully naked and doing things. At the time, young and uninformed me didn't actually know what he was doing. All I knew was that James was definitely naked and definitely watching me and definitely grabbing himself. I quickly slammed down the shade and turned off my light. I was so upset that I hid in my closet. A few nights later, my best friend was spending the night. I had told her about what had happened, and she actually kind of laughed in disbelief. She said I must have imagined it. No way was he standing there naked. She believed me later that night when we were hanging out in my room, and she suddenly darted into my closet and screamed, "He's there, and he's in his birthday suit." From that point on, I actually kept that shade duct taped shut so no one would make the mistake of leaving it up. That was the last thing that ever happened. I didn't say anything because I was so embarrassed and afraid. After that, he and Margaret even started being distant from my parents. We didn't get invited over anymore. They didn't call. My parents would occasionally talk and wonder what happened. They couldn't understand why James and Margaret would just stop being friends with them. Still, I said nothing. Looking back, I think James probably panicked when he realized that both me and my friend had seen him, that it would be two people's word against his. Over the years, James and Margaret's coldness eventually turned into hostility. They would complain and argue with my parents over trivial neighbor stuff. We didn't mow our lawns often enough. Our trees were slightly over the property line. Our cats were coming into their yard, etc. One night over dinner, my mum was venting about it and said, "I don't understand what happened. They were our friends, and now they basically hate us. What could we have possibly done to offend them so badly?" I couldn't take it anymore. I just blurted it out. James was a pervert and was harassing me. I told them every single thing that happened, and it all just fell into place, and they understood and totally believed me. Obviously, they were livid, and my dad wanted to march over to their house immediately and confront James. However, over 5 years had passed. I was an adult at this point, and aside from not wanting to have anything to do with him, I had no proof. James and Margaret still live next door to my parents. Sometimes when I go to their house to visit, he's outside working on his lawn. I never wave or smile as I drive by, but sometimes I lock eyes with him. Although he never had to deal with any consequences, I still feel like I won in the end. I came out totally unscathed, but he's still a pervert, and he still has to live with that. To start out with a little background info, I was a 13-year-old girl and an early bloomer, if you know what I mean. And I'm pretty tall for my age, so I looked older than I really was. Normally at the bus stop, when it was nice out, I would go pick up my little brother from school, since I got out of school before he did, and it's about 20 houses down. I would always take my dog, Caesar, with me because he loved the attention and a good walk. I wouldn't say we lived in a good area, but by no means is it horrible trash. Across the street from our bus stop is a blue house that had still been listed on the sex offender list if you looked up the address, but I wasn't ever really scared because nothing ever happened. The people that lived there consisted of 4 white men that were the definition of white trash. Their age ranges were 18 to 45, I think. There was also an old lady who was in her 60s or 70s. She always had her grandson over, but she didn't technically live there. She also drove the guys everywhere. One day I was waiting at the bus stop with Caesar, while 4 of them were outside, 2 of them playing basketball, and the oldest man sitting in a lawn chair, drinking a beer and smoking a cigar, with one of the younger guys. I was on my phone and had my pocket knife in my back pocket because I'm very protective of myself. This older man sets his beer down and puts out his cigar. He walks across the street, over kind of close to me, and I discreetly backed up a little. I just thought he was waiting for the kid that visited the old lady every week. I think he's her grandson, but I don't really know. He comes closer to me and asks to pet my dog. At this point, my dog is starting to growl. I say sure because I was very awkward at this age and try to get my dog to sit, and at this point, Caesar was full on barking at this guy and won't stop. After a couple of minutes, I say sorry, he won't calm down. Maybe later. I was trying to be friendly. He looks at me for the first time actually, because he had only been looking behind me the whole time. He smiles, and it was so creepy that it sends chills down my spine when I think about it now. He says it's alright, maybe next time you're here. He winks, walks away, and keeps clenching his fists so hard his knuckles turn white. After he walks away, Caesar calms down a little and starts sniffing behind me. There are 2 trees behind me and another row of houses. He keeps pulling, so I figure he sees a squirrel, which he only growls at squirrels. He starts full on barking at the tree. I walk him over to the actual bus stop, which is at the corner, and he finally calms down. A couple of minutes later, I hear footsteps behind me, and I turn around and see a guy run out from behind the 2 big trees, and I immediately recognize him as the 4th guy from the house. Sadly, on November 7th, 2017, Caesar passed away at the age of 5 due to a cancerous tumor that spread into his lungs. I don't know what would have happened if my dog wasn't there to save me. So, creepy old guy across the street from my bus stop, let's not meet again. My mum's dog, Punky, R.I.P., was a very sweet, loving dog. She was an ESA dog, but trained to be a service dog for PTSD before she lost her leg. I had never seen her get aggressive with anyone. In the entire 12 years she lived, she never growled or nipped anyone, and she had no sense of smell, so she loved all animals and people. A real gentle giant among our little terriers at 60 pounds. What I'm getting at here is that her barking at something and being aggressive was so wildly uncharacteristic that I only saw it once. I, an 11-year-old female, was at home with my siblings, 2-year-old boy and 6-year-old girl. My then stepdad is at work, and my mum ran up to the gas station to grab a pack of cigarettes. It was only a mile or 2 away from us. For reference, we lived in a 2-bedroom trailer in the middle of the woods, on a dead-end road at the time, and you had to really make an effort to get down our road, find our house, navigate down our rickety driveway, and find the door. I'm sitting at the computer, having a grand time watching YouTube videos, when all of a sudden, all of our dogs, 2 Boston Terriers and 1 Chihuahua, perk up, bark a few times, and start investigating down the hall. My siblings were napping at the bedroom at the end of the hall at the time, so I figure they just stirred and scared the dogs. But then, Punky sits up suddenly, stands up on the couch, and puffs her chest out. Her ears are perked up, her fur standing on end, her tail straight up, and then she barks, loudly. I mean, the barks boom through the living room and echoes around, and all of a sudden, she lunges off the couch and goes tearing down the hallway. I'm already on edge, because I don't think I've heard her bark, ever. She's a Basenji mix, so her bark is more of a baying sound. But this was a big, loud, alert bark. I stand up and go look down the hallway, ready to fight off what I'm assuming is a shadow monster in the hallway based on how the dogs are acting. But then I hear it. 3 knocks. We didn't get visitors because of how weird our house was location-wise, so my 11-year-old mind had no clue what to do here. The only people who showed up were family, and they didn't knock, so I slowly walked towards the door. The knock drew the attention of the dogs, and they came running back down the hallway, all except for Punky. And I felt better with our 3 yappy dogs in the room with me, even if they were all the size of New York City sewer rats. I opened the door just a bit, and standing on our porch is the sketchiest man I think I've ever seen. I can picture him perfectly. He was a really thin, taller man, with dark hair and a sunken face, bags under his eyes, and his half-managed hair, sort of like he just gave a quick brush and then figured it was good enough. Everything about him seemed just a little too thin, a little too shallow, and his clothes were all off too. They were nice, but fake nice, you know? Like a clean, newer-looking t-shirt and new jeans, but he had what looked like a suit jacket on. All his clothes were dark too, despite the fact that it was summer in Texas, and the weather was definitely into the hundreds that day. He also had this plain, unlabeled bottle in his hand. It looked like the bottle had been covered up and taped over. I stare up at him in confusion, because I definitely don't know this man, and I ask what he wants. He smiles at me in this way that was way too fake, like this exaggerated and forced grin, and he spoke in the same voice retail workers do. "Hey there, kiddo, I'm just trying to sell this here carpet cleaner." And he shakes the bottle at me. "Mind if I come in and show you how good it works?" Alarms are going off in my head because he just seems so off. Looking back with an adult perspective, the fact that he didn't ask if my parents were home is unnerving because he probably knew they weren't, and that's why he was here in the first place. I should have told him to get off our property, that I'd have to go and get my mum. Anything except what I did say. But I didn't. Instead, I just shook my head and say, "No, we don't have carpets." "Well, it works on other things." And he took a big step towards the door and shook the bottle at me. I start to freak out and think to close the door, but the thing is, our front door doesn't even lock. It's a small town, hard to access home. We never needed a lock, so that's basically useless. I'm sure there's something very wrong about to happen, and I'm terrified as I think about what to do in the few seconds I think I have before it does happen, when all of a sudden, I hear it. Punky has crept up from the hallway, lowered towards the ground with her teeth bared, and snarling like she was feral. She had slobber dripping from her mouth, her ears were down, and she was ready to pounce. The guy hears it too, and as I look towards Punky, she tries to lunge past me, and I just barely catch her with my legs, as she tries her hardest to duck past me and attack this guy. He freaks out and runs off the porch without another word, booking it down the driveway as I let Punky out, along with the rest of our dogs, and they start chasing him. Our small dogs chase him down the driveway and stop about halfway, barking and jumping about. But Punky stops just on the porch and watches him with her ears perked, just staring into the distance until he disappears. I swear I saw someone join up with him running when he got onto the road. The second he disappeared, Punky's entire body language changed, and she went back to being the sweet dog I knew. No barking or growling, just laying around, mouth and throat covered in slobber still. I realize my siblings are still down and call and run to check on them. And when I get to the bedroom, my siblings were sleeping soundly still, but the bedroom window was wide open, the curtains pushed all to one side, and the items on the dresser in front of the window all shoved around. Someone had tried to climb through the window, no doubt in my mind about it. From what I can gather, the bedroom window was visible from the couch where Punky was sleeping, so I think someone was trying to climb through the window before Punky went after them and scared them off, and the man at the door was meant to distract me. They definitely didn't expect Punky, a bigger dog, because most of the time she was with my mum inside while our small dogs were the ones that saw the public eye more often. I don't know what they intended to do, but after my mum got home, she took all of us to my aunt's house, and on our way there, we saw the men walking up someone else's driveway. Men, plural, because we watched a second one split off to wait by the road. So, to the two men, apparently going door to door to sell their unlabeled carpet cleaner, I'd really rather not meet again. I'm in my early 20s and female. I moved out on my own for the first time about 2 years ago. I haven't had much to do with any of my neighbors, and have always been slightly uneasy to the fact that no one around here is looking out for me. If anything seems off, no one would notice, or do any investigating to make sure I'm alright. Last year, I noticed a man constantly walking his dog in the grass area behind my home. This isn't unusual to see. It is a common area for residents here. His dog is super cute, and my cat liked to play with it through the glass door out back. They would just chase each other back and forth, and put their paws up to the glass and such. Real cute stuff. Well, one day I was outside, and his dog came running up to my porch with glee to get pets and say hi to his kitty friend. This is the first time I actually spoke to this neighbor. We'll call him Mark. So Mark seemed decent enough, and we got along just fine. We started hanging out pretty often in a short time period, because I'm a smoker, and he was letting his dog out all the time. And it was summer, so we ran into each other quite often, and would spend an hour or more after work most days talking. This lasted for a couple of weeks. I gave him my phone number and was happy to have a friend in my complex. I will say he was clearly very interested in either having a romantic relationship with me, or at least being buddies of a sort. He said this quite a lot, not the buddies, but you get what I'm saying. I was very honest with him that I wasn't interested in either at all, and had to tell him this quite often. Frankly, I was getting rather irritated that this came up several times every time we spoke. He rather quickly was trying to get me in his house, from the first time we talked until the last. He offered multiple times every time I saw him. I always said no, and blamed it on me being COVID cautious. He quickly got tired of that excuse and invited himself into my home as well. I always said no. One day, he came out while I was smoking with a bottle of wine and a couple of glasses, saying I had to try this stuff because it's delicious. I instantly noticed that the seal is broken on the screw bottle cap, but didn't seem like anything was drank. The bottle was filled to the brim, which I also thought was a little odd, because usually wine isn't filled to the very tippy top like that. So he pours a couple of glasses and doesn't drop a beat in telling me to take a drink. I felt very uncomfortable, but didn't want him to feel like he was being accused of anything when he's just trying to be a nice, friendly neighbor after he poured himself a glass of this very same stuff. Well, my mama raised me better than that, so I totally faked a sip and said it was good. After any sentence either of us said, he would again tell me to take a drink. I told him I don't really drink, so I'm pacing myself, but did say I noticed he hadn't drank any, and to please go ahead. He didn't reach for his glass right away, but in the middle of speaking, he reached for his cup and knocked it over, spilling the wine onto the grass. He brushed it off rather quickly and told me it's my turn to drink now. I said, "But you still haven't drank anything. You spilled your drink. Pour yourself another glass," and that I didn't want to drink alone. So he did. He still didn't drink anything. He did tell me a few moments later to drink mine. I told him that he needs to catch up, and we basically just keep doing that in circles. He reached for his glass again, and guess what? Spilled it again. Wine is all in the grass now. Then he told me to drink. At this point, I'm done. Too many red flags are screaming at me to get the hell out. I'm honest with him that this seemed really sketchy, and I didn't trust the drink because he's refusing to drink any, but is way too eager for me to drink mine. He told me he was just clumsy and taking it slow because he doesn't drink a lot, but he has seen me have friends over taking shots and drinking beers and wine, so he knows I'll handle it better than him. Yet another red flag is raised. So he's been watching me, huh? I think it's important to mention that our complex is huge. He used to work here and knows the maintenance crew, and he doesn't live particularly near to me. He's about half a block away from me and cannot see my windows or yard from where he lives, and has a few different common area yards closer to him that he could use for his dog. So I told him I'm flat out not drinking anything because of how this all seemed. He once again pours himself a glass, and once again spills it. There isn't much left in the bottle at this point. I pour the remaining wine in his glass and tell him to drink with me on 3. We raise our glasses, and to my amazement, he actually takes a drink, and I spilled mine onto the grass. Oops. He comes about 2 nights later while I was smoking, and instantly starts complaining to me that I wouldn't date him or sleep with him, and he doesn't know why all the girls are like this. He starts getting really loud, shouting at me, asking me what the problem with him is, that I won't do these things. I told him that I had been honest with him since I'd met him, that I'm not interested in that, and that it isn't him specifically. I'm just honestly not interested in that from anyone right now. He still shouted at me and started complaining about his ex and her dog. Yeah, her dog. Then proceeded to tell me that he used to abuse the hell out of that dog, and went into detail about how he wouldn't feed or water it because it used the bathroom in the house, and how he would kick it really hard. I'm horrified at this point, especially considering this whole time he's telling me he's playing fetch with his little dog. His dog always seemed scared of him, and I had even pointed that out in the past, and he said that his dog's previous owners were abusive, so he's just very scared and distrusting. The dog was always very excited to see me though, and would cuddle up to me and stay behind me, so I always thought I was extra special. But with that knowledge, I just think the poor guy is currently in an abusive household. I was so done with this guy, I just cut him off and said I needed to go because my friends were waiting on me. He's sent me several messages of gibberish when he's outside. He will just blow my phone up with, "Hey, hi," and then a bunch of gibberish. He's texted me telling me that he knows I'm home because he has seen me walking around, or that he sees my car in the lot. He will throw his dog's toys on my porch, I think trying to get my attention to come out because of the cute dog. He will just stand outside my porch for hours. It's all cold and rainy and snowy these days, so it's even creepier. I think in his mind, since I'm a smoker, I'll come out eventually. Silly him though, because I just go out front when I see him out there. He said several things to me before the wine fiasco went down that were red flags. I figured it might be language or cultural difference though, because English is the 3rd language he has learned, and America is the 3rd country he has lived in. I guess moral of the story is to just trust your gut. He still bothers me, and like I said, we only spoke and hung out for a few weeks in summer. My last message from him was last night. He asked me what he had done wrong and if I felt disrespected in any way, etc. I have not spoken to him since he screamed at me for not sleeping with him, sandwiched with admitting horrible animal abuse. I thought about answering his texts with the brutal truth about how twisted and creepy he presented himself as, and how uncomfortable he made me feel, but I didn't want to give him any ideas on how he should improve. Stay smart, folks. Don't drink things people give you if the seal is broken. He was definitely trying to drug me. I would love to move, since I've become uneasy in my own home environment, but moving is expensive and not something I can afford at the moment. I also do have a stun gun, pepper spray, and a handgun. I am extremely reluctant to ever use a gun on a person, but I do have training on the weapon. I do bring pepper spray with me every time I go outside now, even if it's just to take garbage out or pop in my car for a second. So a short backstory. My older brother worked for his now ex-girlfriend's dad as a janitor. He was 19, I recently turned 17. His girlfriend was in my class and asked her dad to hire me. This job was a contracted job, so we would go to this business and clean their bathrooms, cafeterias, kitchenettes, and take out cubicle trash. There were about 4 different buildings all belonging to this one business, so I rarely saw my brother, who was constantly at the main building. Eventually, I was moved to the main building where my brother and I worked together. I made sure to be an annoying little sister at times, so he didn't like to work in the same area with me, but we would work with our co-workers in the bigger areas together, like the cafeteria. One of our co-workers was around 45, and her son was a grade younger than me. I'll call her Lisa. We were the only 2 working at another building together before moving to the main building. When we had breaks, she would offer me a cigarette every now and then. I always accepted as I smoked prior, but had quit when my dad found them and made me throw them out. Now the story begins. There was a man, about 58 years old, who worked at the main building in the production area. I'll call him Bob. There were only 2 bathrooms, a small office and a trash compactor, so I rarely went there. The production area and the main hallway to go outside was connected by the cafeteria. One day while we were cleaning the cafeteria, I was vacuuming the rugs when Bob came up from behind me and poked my sides. This obviously scared me, as my brother was in front of me cleaning the counters. He started laughing about how high I jumped from randomly being touched. I turned around and it was Bob. He was laughing as well. I thought it was odd, but since my brother was laughing, I brushed it off. I can't remember exactly how it all started, but I think that was it. Bob kept badgering me about friending him on Facebook. I kept saying that I forgot and would add him that night, but never did, until I eventually got annoyed and just added him. He would text me every weekend asking how I was and what I was doing and when the next day I worked would be. I didn't see anything wrong at first, so I replied. Bob would go on smoke breaks with Lisa. I would join them because they would offer me cigs, and I couldn't buy them anymore out of fear that my dad would find them. Nothing out of the ordinary happened on our smoke breaks. We would small talk about our days and such. Lisa had a boyfriend, and things were pretty rough between them. This all happened in the span of a year, so the timeline is a bit blurry. At one point, Lisa stopped going on smoke breaks with me and Bob. I learned Bob's break schedule and would stop working just to go out and smoke with him. By this point, I was addicted to cigs again. I didn't tell Bob, but I only talked with him so that he would give me free smokes. Lisa's boyfriend started working with us. He asked me if Bob was my boyfriend or my dad, because the relationship between us was hard to tell because of how close we were. Bob would say things to me like, "I'm basically your dad. We get along so well." He once said I looked like his 20-something daughter, and that people here think we're father and daughter. But the worst thing he said was, someone asked if we were dating or related, and I told him it's none of your business. I had a boyfriend that he knew about, so that upset me a lot. I didn't try to correct him, because I was afraid that my free cigs would stop. When winter came round, we would smoke in Bob's car. He always started his car so we would have heat, but a few times he put the car in drive and drove around the parking lot. I didn't panic, but I made sure I had an escape plan. Plus, my brother would know where I was and would get worried if I never returned. Bob also called everyone pet names like Honey, Princess and such, so I never thought anything of it when he called me them. He once even commented on my profile picture, "Very beautiful, Princess." As in Bob's mind, he was my father figure. He also thought that Lisa was my mother figure. I have great loving parents at home, so I never looked for any other adult as parental figures. He would tell Lisa and me that he wanted to take us out to eat, and we could drink at his apartment afterwards. Basically a family night. We would mention that it could be fun, but never went into further detail about it since we both knew we wouldn't be going. Bob would tell me about his life and how lonely he was. He confessed to me his undying love for Lisa and said things like, "I can give her a much better life than her boyfriend," and "if she would just give me a chance, I can make her happy." Lisa cut all contact with him and he was heartbroken. I told my parents about Bob and they agreed that he was acting very odd. I asked them to talk to my older brother as I thought that he should have said something to Bob, telling him to leave me alone. He would always laugh when Bob scared me, so I pushed off the creepy vibes for months. Once I made a mistake of trying to joke. A man passed us at the smoke pit and asked if I was Bob's daughter. I said, "Might as well be." Big mistake. After this, Bob started giving me side hugs and even kissed me on the top of my head, less often than the hugs. It even got to the point of him telling me he loves me. He would walk beside me and take my phone out of my back pocket, then compliment me on how fast I reacted, saying, "I'd never grab your butt. I just wanted to see what you would do." A new lady around 36 started working with Bob in production, and he forgot all about Lisa and focused on this new lady. She joined us on smoke breaks, and he would even drive her to the store after work since she didn't have a car. She also had a rough patch with her boyfriend, which made Bob complain the same way he did about Lisa. My older brother quit, and my younger brother took his place. He would join us at the smoke pit, but eventually stopped going because he didn't like smoking. I asked him what he thought of Bob. He said Bob was extremely creepy. I agreed. On Halloween, the new lady and I both dressed up. Bob took pictures on his phone. He even made our picture his lock screen. I just thought that he was using me as a way to have a picture of her, and he wanted her on his lock screen, not me. When the new lady stopped working at the business, Bob was heartbroken again. He told me that he tried to keep in touch with her, but she blocked him with no warning. He turned back to Lisa. She would sometimes smoke with us, but not nearly as much as she did before. When we went down the hall, he would make sexual jokes to her. From what she told me, he made jokes about me too, not nearly as sexual, so I never caught on. She stopped talking to him again. I told my boss and co-workers that I was joining the Air Force soon and would quit a month before basic military training so I can enjoy time with my family. I mentioned this to Bob once. He acted like a proud father and gave me life advice that I didn't pay attention to. I had enough of him sexually harassing my co-worker and giving me the creeps. My boyfriend was also joining the Air Force and wanted me to quit my job sooner than I planned. 2 months before my scheduled BMT date, Bob brought up the dinner idea again, but this time without Lisa being invited. He said that we could watch movies in his apartment, and he would buy me whatever alcohol I wanted. If I fell asleep, he would put me in his bed, and he would sleep on the couch. I told him that my parents would never let me sleep at an older man's apartment, and my boyfriend would be super upset. He told me to lie to them about where I was going. I declined. He also thought that when I was on leave, I would go to his work and surprise him. His logic was, I knew his work schedule. He honestly thought that we were so close that I would go out of my way with the limited time I had with my family while I was home, just to go back where I used to work, so I could smoke a cigarette with him for 10 minutes. Yeah, right. I complained to my parents again about Bob, and they told me to quit the next time I worked. They agreed to help pay for everything I wanted to do before BMT when the money I had saved ran out, because they wanted me happy and out of Bob's life. It was 2 weeks before my boyfriend left for BMT, so quitting at that time would be perfect, so I could spend the next 2 weeks with him, which is what I did. I texted my boss and told him about Bob, and how he makes sexual jokes to Lisa, and how he made me uncomfortable. He said he never heard anything about it before, and I should have told him earlier. Since I was quitting and would no longer be in that building, he couldn't go to HR to complain. Bob texted me the night before I quit. I gave short, dull answers. He asked if everything was okay because I wasn't my usual self. Weeks before I stopped replying to him, because why would a girl spend her free time texting a creepy 58-year-old? I blocked him on Facebook that night. The next day, I went into work and was in the cafeteria taking out the trash. I saw Bob talking to Lisa, showing her something on his phone. He then came over to me. I quickly grabbed the large garbage bags so I could use them as an excuse to leave. He told me that he changed his lock screen because I was leaving soon. His exact words were, "Your eyes tell a story." It was my senior picture from almost a year ago. He had to scroll through my Facebook just to find it. I told him that it was nice and that I had to get on with work and walked away. The next day, I went back to return my badge and keys. I went to Lisa to ask her if she noticed how creepy Bob had been, since I thought I was the only one that noticed. I wasn't the only one. She went off about how he was sexually harassing her, and she laughed awkwardly to get away from it. She said, "Ever wonder why I stopped going out on smoke breaks with you guys?" I told her about his love for her. She was grossed out. She then said something that made my whole last year that I've been working there come together. "I think it was you all along." She thought that when Bob was complaining about his love for her, he was really talking about me. She showed me a text from him the night prior. "I didn't come into work today, blah blah blah, because it hurts that I can't text her anymore," and so on. My brother told me that Bob was out of work for 3 days before finally going back. I did unblock him for a day to see if our messages would still be there, since they were gone when I blocked him, to show my boss, but they weren't. I still get a message from him apologizing if he upset me in any way, because Lisa told him that I quit because of him. He was asking if it was true. In his mind, I was like a daughter to him that unexpectedly blocked him and quit to get him out of my life. It still creeps me out to think about how this old man groomed me, from poking my sides to slowly leading up to hugging me, kissing my head, and telling me he loves me and texting me every day. I wish I would have followed my gut instinct and stopped talking to him sooner, but I really wanted those damn cigarettes. I'm just happy that I had enough common sense to not go to his apartment and drink with him. He lived over the bar that my mum's friend works at. She told me that he showed her a picture of me once, telling her how proud he is of me joining the military. It was probably only after my close call that my mind really started to run away with what could have happened were it not for my dog. I'm a 26-year-old female and live with my fiancé, my 2 cats, and my dog, Rowan. Our house is literally less than a minute away from a huge farmer's field that is frequented by many dog walkers at all times of the day. Me and my significant other take turns walking Rowan around the field throughout the day. It was around 7:30 p.m. and it was still really bright and sunny. Rowan was letting me know it was time to go for a walk. So while my partner was tinkering in the garage, I grabbed his lead and headed to the field. Let me quickly tell you about Rowan. He's a 2-year-old Rottweiler who's very loving and playful, if a little daft. He would not hurt a fly, not a bad bone in his body. He's also extremely well trained. We made sure to put the effort in, as he's a big dog breed with a bad rep, so wanted to make a point of not feeding stereotypes. I'm very much of the opinion that there are no bad dogs, just bad owners. Unfortunately, we've had some run-ins with some not so good owners, so Rowan gets a little nervous while meeting new dogs and people, but we're working on it. Anyway, back to the story. We're walking around the farmer's field. Rowan is sniffing and peeing on every blade of grass in sight. I always keep an eye out for other walkers anyway, due to Rowan being a little nervous. And I clocked a guy on his own, walking down the path towards me, fairly far away. At first, I thought nothing of it, as plenty of people walked this route without dogs. We were just coming out of lockdown in the UK. As the guy got closer, I noticed he was in a full tracksuit with a hood up, which was odd, as it was like 23 degrees, so shorts and t-shirt weather. He then took a small path off the field, leading through some bushes. It was a public-made shortcut, rather than the official public path, but it was well enough used, so I kept walking, thinking nothing of it. At about 15 meters away from the path he took, Rowan shot back to my side, immediately dropping the mouthful of dirt he'd been pretending not to eat. He's not the smartest. I pet him, and noticed he was standing super alert, staring at the path entrance. When I looked up, I caught a glimpse of the man peeking around the edge of the bushes that concealed the entrance. I stopped dead in my tracks, and Rowan's fur was stood on end as he positioned himself in front of me. It took me a second to realize that this man had been watching and waiting in the bushes for me to approach. My current route would have meant that I'd be walking right by the path's opening. My stomach dropped as I realized we were the only ones around on that field. I had this weird moment where I was almost trying to convince myself that I was overreacting. But then, the guy whistled. Not a wolf whistle, but as if to try to get my dog to come to him. Rowan was having none of it though, and I definitely took that as my cue to trust my stranger danger instincts. I immediately turned and sped walked back the way I came, simultaneously pulling my phone out and dialing my partner's number. I ended up having to clip on Rowan's lead to get him to walk with me, but he was not taking his eyes away from the path. He was even growling a little, which was so out of character and put me on edge even more. I glanced back, and the man had edged slightly out of the bushes, watching me walk away. My partner answered the phone after a few rings. I was only halfway through stammering out the story, and he was already sprinting up the field to me, telling me to stay on the phone, but keep an eye on the man. The man in the tracksuit now fully came out of the bushes and just stood, staring at me walking away. I dared a quick look away from him, towards the entrance to the field, to see my fiancé jogging towards me. He was relieved I was okay, but was immediately pointing and shouting, "Is this him?" Clearly furious at what this man might have had in mind, had Rowan not picked up on him hiding in the bushes. I eventually convinced my fiancé not to confront him, as he was still stood staring, almost taunting us. You never know what people might be capable of or have concealed. We came off the field and took Rowan on a different walk, which he was more than happy about. I've never been so proud of Rowan for stepping up and protecting me. Safe to say, he got plenty of treats and fussing when we got home. So creepy man in the bushes, let's not meet. I was an assistant front manager at a luxury boutique property known for its weddings. I always worked the evening shift, roughly 2 to 11 p.m. One weekend, we had 3 weddings and an overnight call-off. I was off the next day and offered to cover the whole shift, while the AM manager offered to come in at 3 a.m. After some negotiations, we agreed he would come in at 5 a.m. Since the overnight crew worked in pairs, one at the front and one in the back working phones, they typically took turns on who would spot. On nights I had to cover, however, the rule was I worked the phones, which was easier, and had a chair. I had come in at noon that day and was just massacred, feeling every second of the overnight and counting to 5 a.m. 5 a.m. on the dot, and the AM mod had not arrived when I get a frantic phone call from one of the rooms that her partner was unresponsive. We do a lot of training for this sort of thing, and with the adrenaline rush, it takes over. I'm on the phone with 911, and I'm radioing security to go up to the room. I call the phone tree of emergency response for the hotel, and as I'm running to valet to have the drive cleared, AM Mod walks in then, and we're able to coordinate to get room for the ambulance and get EMS to the room. Now, I had called paramedics before, but this was the first really serious call. Over a dozen emergency personnel came with like 4 different vehicles. I'm at the desk directing the ones that come in and briefing the general manager and director of rooms as they arrive in cargo shorts looking rumpled. The poor security guard who had been giving CPR came down and was shaking like a leaf. He knew it. We all knew it. The guy wasn't going to make it. They wheeled him out, still alive, but barely. His partner and his mother are in the lobby, just absolutely frantic. I make sure valet gets their vehicles so they can follow the ambulance. He was with a wedding that was being held that night, so the general manager arranged a hospitality room with breakfast for the family to gather. At this point, 6:30 a.m., the uncle of the bride of a different wedding calls, demanding a room ready by noon because he is super important. We were sold out that night, and checkout was noon, so I go on my first come first serve script, and he just goes off. I remember staring at the phone, clutched in my hand, in a vice grip, as I struggled not to bang it on the desk. I summoned my customer service voice, and asked him to hold before giving the call to the AM mod. The only time in my career, I just refused to even try to help someone. I just couldn't, not that morning. 2 hours after it starts, the director of rooms pulls us into his office for a debrief. What to say, what not to say, just game plan for the fallout. And not realizing I just worked 19 hours straight, tells me to go take a lap to clear my head. Thankfully, another manager tells him I'm off. I get sent home. I went to my car and just freaking cried. Worst shift of my life. Turns out, the gentleman had a seizure and stopped breathing. He died later at the hospital. We never received any other information. I'm not sure how old he was, but after talking to security, we think he was late 40s or early 50s. I was working at McDonald's drive-thru a few years ago. One night, close to Halloween, a car full of lads pull up to my window. No costumes or anything. Everything is normal. I take their order, have a bit of a chat and ask for payment. It's probably like 3 a.m. The guy passes me his money, and the moment the till opens, he starts waving this huge axe out of the window, right up close to me. I just freaked, slammed the window shut, and hit the panic button. We have these fobs around our necks in rougher stores at night. The alarm starts to sound, and the security monitoring people are speaking through the speakers in the store, asking if everything is okay. Nobody has a clue but me. I just shout, "They've got an axe." Total chaos, and I was crapping myself. The guys then drive to the second window, shouting about how the axe is fake, and they start banging it on the window to show it's plastic. The police turned up after they had left, but I'm sure they were charged with something after the fact. First off, I just wanted to say that this has been going on for years, and we were literally 13 or 14 when stuff started going down. I'm 18 now, and have a lot more common sense, or I would like to think so please try and look at this from a 13-year-old's perspective, and try not to judge our actions based on this. Also, this gives more context to adults in our lives not believing us. I've ridden horses all my life, but have never kept them close to home. When the opportunity came to keep them 5 minutes down the road from my house, and with my best friend's ponies, I was over the moon. Little did I know what was to take place over the following years. I'll start this with a backstory. The horse I owned at the time came from a rescue that I volunteered at for 5 years. I was sitting down one day, drinking a cup of tea, with the owner of the rescue centre, as we usually did after a hard day of mucking out fields and dragging barrows of hay to the 40 horses and donkeys that lived there, when she told me about a farm that was just down the road from my house, in a little village we'll call Trophy. She said that her father had built that farm, and that he would be turning in his grave if he found out who owns it now. Immediately I was intrigued, so I pushed for more info. She told me that the man who now owns it, Elliot, who's a pig farmer, he murdered his brother-in-law, who was asking to pay him back $150K in debt, ground him up in a meat grinder, and fed him to the pigs. He then moved those pigs 2 to 3 hours away, for long enough so that when the police eventually tracked them down, the DNA would have been long out of their system. He was actually charged for murder, but ended up being acquitted by the judge due to lack of evidence. What's ironic is that he moved those pigs without a moving permit, which is illegal, and sus as hell, as moving permits are not hard to get hold of. So in the end, he got punished for the illegal transport of livestock, and not for murder. She told me that although he was eventually found not guilty, everyone in the village knew he did it. Now we've got that out of the way, we'll go back to the farm that I'd be keeping my horse at. I had known the owners for a while, as I used to ride one of Annie's horses, my best friend from earlier. Nothing particularly scary had happened while I was riding for her, except once. We had decided to ride down a different trail that day, one that went past an unfamiliar farm. We didn't know who owned it, and weren't sure if they were friendly, so proceeded with caution. All seemed fine, and we were riding through the fields until the path came to a stop. There were gates and guard dogs in the way. We assumed we must have taken a wrong turn, so instead of passing through the gates, we decided to carry on through the fields and around the outskirts of the farm. Unknowingly, we were now trespassing. The horses started to feel extremely uneasy beneath us. Mine would stop and shoot forward. Annie started backing up into the brook that ran alongside us. Annie was hanging off hers, deciding whether to throw herself off before they both ended up in the ditch. When I looked towards the farm, a man was stood completely still, staring at us. I honestly thought he was a scarecrow at first, and had no idea how long he'd been there for. He disappeared after about 30 seconds of making eye contact with me. For some reason, it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. There was something unsettling about him. A few minutes later, we finally got the horses under control. That's when we heard gunshots behind us. Guns are illegal in my country. Only licensed owners can have them. The only reasonable explanation was that someone was scaring birds off their crops or shooting bunnies and they hadn't seen us coming. We went into a flat-out gallop. literally crapping ourselves because if they really did not know we were there, we could have been caught by a stray bullet. All the while, we were looking back to see if any birds flew to confirm our theory. They never did. It was meant for us, to warn us to stay away. Later that night, we looked back at the map to see where our wrong turn was. The gates were where the trail carries on, but who in their right mind would go past a bunch of snarling guard dogs? At any point, that man could have redirected us. Shooting towards us was pretty psychopathic. We didn't tell anyone that day, as we thought we'd get into trouble for trespassing. That is only where the problems begin. When I brought Eric to the farm, things calmed down. There were odd scenarios that played out. Sheep were stolen, our ponies were let out, and a white pickup truck would be seen prowling the area often. But again, nothing too serious. This was until October of that year, when we would end up riding in the dark, as days are shorter in the winter. This particular evening, we were goofing around and laughing like 14-year-olds do, when we heard an owl hooting. It was coming from one of the fields that the scary farmer owned. I began imitating it, joking around, and not expecting a reply. It did reply. I found this hilarious, and Annie began joining in. This carried on for about 5 minutes, which in hindsight is definitely a red flag. Any owl would have stopped replying after the first 2 or 3 calls, realizing it wasn't speaking to one of its own. This one always replied, and sounded louder every few calls. The longer this went on, the less owl-like this thing sounded. There was a moment where the noise almost sounded strangled, and that was when Annie turned to me and said, "That is not an owl." We realized that we had just led whoever was in that field right to us. They could now pinpoint exactly where we were. We turned our flashlights off and ducked, trying to be quiet, which is hard when you have a 1,200-pound animal squishing through the mud underneath you. We decided screw it and galloped the rest of the fields back to the farm. What we didn't realize was that the weight of the horses had kept deep hoof marks in the soil, leading straight back to us. We were freaking out as we got back, but the adrenaline began to wear off, and we ended up laughing about it while untacking the horses. We were about to lead them to the field when we heard the crunch of broken glass being stepped on from one of the old greenhouses opposite the stables. It was pitch black, except from the dull light coming from behind us. We couldn't see anything. Immediately, we turned all the lights off, picked up the pocket knife that we had used to cut the hay bags open with, and hid behind the stable door. We waited for 10 minutes with no phone signal to call the police, but didn't hear a thing, scared to even breathe in case it made a sound. I decided to be brave and make a dash for the horses, who were tied up outside, thinking I could jump on one if I saw someone and get out of there quicker than they could run. My eyes had adjusted to the darkness now, so I could kind of see into the greenhouse. I shouted back to Annie, "There's no one here, we're just being paranoid." Again, we laughed it off, trying to shake the terror that we had just experienced. It was only till the next day it became very, very real. The next morning was hot. The ground had baked and preserved the hoof prints we left from the previous night. However, there was something else in between them. Massive boot prints leading from the field where we heard the owl, all the way back to our farm. That was where the nickname Farmer Bigfoot came from. We told our parents. However, they decided we were just making drama out of paranoia and didn't believe us. That was that. These boot prints started appearing a lot. We would skate on the ice where the fields flooded over the winter. We would notice the prints a few times, stopping on the edge of the field where we would skate, and then continuing in the opposite direction. We didn't see anyone watching us though. I lost Annie's phone in the fields one night. and we went looking for it in the dark. The next morning, footprints, big footprints. Our trail started getting blocked off. First, a huge tree, I'm talking a couple of 100 years worth of trunk and branches, was brought down onto our trail. It was then set on fire after we cut ourselves a path through it. When we weren't being deterred, they seemed to give up until 2018, when huge mounds of rubble started being dumped on our trail. This time, the trail was basically inaccessible. We spoke to a man who lives on the corner, who told us he didn't want to name the farmer who was behind all of this, but that we should report it as it's illegally blocking a path. We tried to report it, but the council won't go near him as he's a scary man. He told us that we were being watched and to be careful. Now, this freaked us the hell out, but us being stupid kids stayed from 5 PM till 9 PM, clearing a path through the rubble. We also wrote "screw you" in stones just for effect. The next day there were 3 more piles of rubble, and our path was covered over. We were at a loss, so we decided to talk to one of the neighboring farms that keeps horses. Without telling us a name, she said, "You have to be careful messing with him. Around here, he's known as the man who makes people disappear." That's when it clicked. The whole time we had been messing with Elliot, Farmer Bigfoot was Elliot. The same Elliot who fed his brother-in-law to the pigs. No wonder the council wouldn't go near him. Again, we tried to tell our family, but nothing came of it. They thought we were just being dramatic. Things continued happening. Bones were left on top of the rubble piles. Again, I'm guessing to scare us. I have photo evidence for most of this. A whole herd of sheep was stolen, the horses being let out. The owner of our farm would never say who they suspected, but we all knew who it was. The white pickup would turn up almost every week. We started leaving breadcrumbs on our Snapchat stories, thinking if it was weird enough for people to screenshot, we would have multiple witnesses if anything happened to us. We told friends that if we disappeared, make the police look at Elliot. We were terrified. It quietened down after a while, until September last year. We had just ridden, and I was leading both the horses back to the field on my own. It's down a dirt track about a 2-minute walk from the stables. I walked through the wooded area on the track, and immediately, this smell hit me. It was vile, and I knew what it was immediately. Death. Literally rotting flesh. It was enough to make you gag. I put the horses out and immediately ran back to Annie to come and investigate with me. The farm owner, Ryan, overheard me and went into the house to grab a flashlight. Annie has a weak stomach, so as soon as the smell hit her, she threw up. It was so strong and so disgusting. Ryan soon joined us and said, "Someone has definitely been in here." This just added to our fear. Annie had recovered from her vomit fiasco and rejoined us in the search. Ryan then said, "I really don't know what we're going to find here, girls, but I don't think it's going to be an animal." Our fear meter was now at the max, but morbid curiosity drove us forward. After an hour of searching, we decided to unstack a pile of wooden pallets. That's when we saw bags of white flesh. They were clear, zip-locked bags. Maggots crawled inside the bags, but there were no holes, implying whatever meat was in there had been rotting for a good while before it was cut up and put into bags. It was the most surreal experience. After more vomit from Annie, we decided to call it a day, reassured that Ryan would now deal with whatever the hell this was. We assumed he would have called the police. We got home, cried to our parents, but again, they dismissed it. Like, how in the hell are we being dramatic when we've just found chunks of rotting flesh in the woods? Anyhow, Ryan is hands down one of the loveliest men on this planet. We always felt safe around him, but what we found out days later was extremely questionable.
He did not call the police. He buried the meat. He didn't throw it out. He buried it. What the hell? We assume now it's because he's old, vulnerable. He didn't want to get involved with anything that might put him or his family at risk. I still have no idea why me and Annie didn't phone the police. I'm guessing because we didn't want to cause trouble for Ryan. And no one else believed us, so why would the police? This is where my story concludes. I know, how unsatisfying. I am no longer at that farm, but still have horses. My parents now believe everything I told them. I think because I've kept this up for the past 5 years. In hindsight, they wonder why the hell they didn't move the horses out of there. Annie and I are still best friends and reminisce from time to time about how we were stalked by a murdering farmer for nearly 3 years. We will never know what that meat was, or if Elliot has anything to do with it, nor will we know why he followed us all those years, trying to stop us from riding down our bridle path. I'm not sure I want to know either. So, to the murderer who stalked me and my best friend, let's not meet. So, just for context, my bedroom window is at the back of my house, and I can see my next door neighbor's back door. He's a drug dealer, and all the windows in the back of his house, and from his living room window, he can see my bedroom window. He's watched me grow up since we've lived next to him my whole life. He also has a garbage bag covering the downstairs door window 99% of the time. This all started at the beginning of the month, May, as far as I know, when I noticed he left his downstairs light on, and there was a sign that said, "Can I see you?" with a big smiley face. I just thought it was kind of weird and laughed it off. Then, last night at like 4 a.m., I woke up and opened my window to get some air when I saw his downstairs light on again, with a sign that said, "Let me have you." Now this really freaked me out because I'll be 18 in 4 months, so I'm still a minor, and this guy is in his 50s or something. I took a picture and showed my mum, who thought it was disgusting and creepy, and I just thought that was that. Now, tonight, I once again opened my window because the room is small, so it gets really hot, and he once again swapped out the sign to say, "I'll be good." And I checked through all the other windows that we can see his house in, and he has it so I can see it from my room. To say the least, I had a full-on anxiety attack and got my mum. She doesn't know what to do since he's a drug dealer, and he obviously knows people who can make our lives hell if we call the cops. I'm stuck in a really weird place right now, and I don't know what to do. So, to my creepy neighbor, please stop putting these signs in your door, and let's not meet. I thought I would share with you something that happened to me 4 years ago now that still sits heavy on my conscience. I'm happy to say that most people in this country go their entire lives without encountering some of the monsters that exist in this otherwise beautiful place. Unfortunately, I've not been so fortunate. Before I start, I would like to bore you with some backstory. I've been working as an IT systems administrator for a few years now, and have met many people who I occasionally moonlight as a repairwoman for, and yes, I do pay tax. Over the years, friends have told friends, and I occasionally get messages and phone calls from strangers asking for basic computer repairs for cheaper than they could otherwise find locally. For years now, I have been overly cautious with people, places and objects that don't feel right. I have learned to always trust my gut instinct and to err on the side of caution. This story, however, is the one and only time that I ignored that instinct. Around 4 years ago, I was contacted over text message by a local man.
He was direct and straight to the point. The conversation was pretty basic. He asked me if I could look at his computer, as he had heard about me from a friend. I said yes, and he explained the issue he was having. The PC had suddenly stopped booting. Occasionally he could manage to get it running, but it would operate incredibly slowly and crash quickly. I told the man that I would need to inspect the PC myself. However, it sounded like a textbook hard drive failure. I asked the unknown man to call me to discuss an option and where he could bring the PC to for me to look at. His response was, "No phone calls. Where can I drop it off and when? I need the things off it as soon as possible." This seemed sketchy to me at first. Most people like to talk over the phone about the issues they're having and try to sort them remotely, and at the very least, know how much it was going to cost. I eventually brushed it off, thinking maybe he was just well off and was looking for a fast turnaround, which he knew only a hobbyist would be able to achieve in this area. I discussed a time where he could drop the PC off at my work and asked what time he would like to do that. He did not reply. The next morning, at the front of my work, there was a PC on the ground, with a post-it note crudely marked with my name in black felt tip marker. My boss was not super impressed, as our business has quite strict security, and members of the public are not usually allowed onto the premises after hours. I was ultimately very confused, however. I never got a reply from this man, and as far as I knew, he had done a runner. By now, I'm convinced this guy had some sort of social anxiety, a refusal to talk on the phone, and deliberately dropped the PC off without a word of warning before our business even opened its doors to its workers. And this is not a client-based business, this is an office block. Again, alarm bells are kind of ringing at this stage. However, there was no reason for me to really worry. It's not as if he seemed on edge or dangerous, and not that I could really tell in a few text messages we had sent each other. I proceeded as planned, ran diagnostic tools, confirmed it was a dead hard drive, removed the drive and replaced it with a pre-purchased one, reinstalled the OS, and proceeded to start the recovery process. For those of you not familiar with the process, here is the basic rundown. Pull out the old hard drive, plug it into a working PC, either directly or with a dock, create a virtual clone of the drive, and then perform the recovery using specialized software on the clone, not the actual hard drive, as it may fail during the process. I did this with good results and managed to recover pretty much everything. I copied all his files over to his new drive, reinstalled the applications I could see he had, and sent the computer on its merry way. Later that day, I sent the man a message stating that his computer was fixed, and he could come pick it up sometime during business hours. He responded a few hours later, saying that he was not going to be available until after work. Okay, I thought, that's fair enough. He's probably working too. At first, the man asked if he could meet me at my house after work the following day, which by this stage was definitely too weird. Obviously, I declined and insisted on meeting him at the local post office at around 6 p.m. By this stage, I was kind of getting some pretty bad heebie-jeebies. I decided to have a friend come with me, just in case things got weird. I have a male friend at work who was happy to come with. We arrive at the post office a little early and sit on the small park bench out the front. About 15 minutes pass and the guy finally arrives. By this stage it's getting pretty dark. Thinking back now, I'm pretty sure he delayed it as much as he could. The man walks up to us slowly in a kind of predatory way, creeping forward as to make as little noise as possible, even though we knew he was there. His grey jeans stained with what looked like white paint, wearing a dark hoodie covering his head. All we can see of his face is the protruding long grey tattered beard. The man stands in front of us for a while. I introduce myself and my friend. The man does not react at all. Instead, seemingly looking me up and down for what felt like minutes.
I could smell his breath from where I was standing, and his silence was only broken by the sound of his nose hairs whistling as he breathed. I eventually try and speak to him about his PC, stating that it was in fact a dead hard drive. However, before I could finish speaking, he interrupts me mid-sentence with a raspy voice, the kind of voice that makes you feel a tingle on the back of your throat. "Is that the computer?" I respond, "Yes. Did you get everything back?" The man quickly responded, in more of a statement rather than a question. "Yes, I told you in the message." In a quick and angry voice, he then asked me, "Did you go through any of it?" "Of course not." "Are you sure?" At this point, I was getting really weirded out, and my friend could tell I felt threatened. I did not deal well with older men, and he knew it. He swiftly responded with, "Look man, the computer's fixed and you have your data back. Do you want it or not?" I looked at my friend, then back at the man. He looked me up and down one last time, thrusted some notes into my hand, quickly grabbed the PC, and swiftly but silently walked away to the car park. We got back in the car, and I soon realized the man had paid me $400 for a simple repair. We never discussed the price, as that usually happens early in the discussion, or as they return for their computer, but usually this would only cost around $150. I was shocked and very happy. My friend was not so happy. Something was very, very off with that man, and now I'm even more convinced. Did you notice how intent he was on you not going through his data? I agreed. Something weird was going on. Although I'm not supposed to, and doing so is kind of a breach of privacy, my itch to know what he was paranoid about was strong. The next day at work, having been bugged by my friend, I finally decided to take a look at the contents of the clone's drive. I noticed pretty quickly that it was quite large, around 250 gig, for what was essentially a Windows install and some basic applications, photos and a few downloads. It can be tricky trying to find what is taking up so much space sometimes, but using a tool like Space Sniffer can really help. I booted the program up, and quickly found a zip file hidden in his Windows folder under a very long tree of folders. Inside these folders were empty folders, and some had empty documents in them. Others were completely empty. I jumped straight to the zip file and opened it. Luckily, not password protected. What I found inside made me feel sick. Even more so, given what I had been through in my life. Thousands and thousands of images and videos of children, some suggestive, others more. I opened 3 or 4 photos and immediately felt lightheaded and sick. I quickly closed the zip folder, shocked. Oddly enough, it did not settle in until sometime later what I had found. All I was thinking about before that was what would happen if a colleague saw those images in the building. Little did occur to me what kind of threat this man was, and what now lay on my desk. I told my friend, who told me to call the police ASAP. I did, and was asked to not touch the images further, and to come into the station to make a report with my friend. They later confiscated the hard drive I had copied the clone to, and I never got it back. I was told by police a week or so later that the phone number the man used to send me the text message was a web-based application, and the phone number was fake. However, they had identified the man thanks to the metadata stored on the hard drive clone, and that the man probably did not realize a copy was made of his drive in the process of the recovery. They also told me that the man was being looked for. However, his last known residency was in a different state. The police believed he was staying somewhere without a lease, with a friend, or simply squatting, as he had since skipped town. It has been 4 years now, and I've heard nothing. I'm still paranoid he's going to come to my office building again, or follow me home. I have surrounded my house with self-defense items just in case, and my home feels safe now. However, work, not so much. Like I said earlier,
Most people go through life without ever seeing the scum of society. I have experienced it myself 3 times now, and I am done. Never, ever again. So please, creepy man with the most spine-chilling raspy voice I have ever heard, please do not come to my workplace. You almost cost me my job, and the thought of what you might have done in the past, or what you might do in the future, haunts me to this day. Please, let's not meet again. For context, I'm a girl, and the major part of this story happened when I was in 8th grade. I lived in the same house from the age of 4 until I was 21. It was a duplex, meaning there were 2 houses on the same property, with a large backyard. Our property manager had turned part of his garage into a small bedroom and had rented it out to a man. My family moved into the home closest to the backyard when I was 4. My dad, being the friendly guy he is, made friends with the man living in the small bedroom across from our home. This man was older, maybe in his late 40s or early 50s, always reeked of alcohol and cigarettes, wore glasses, and had crooked teeth, the works. Over the years, he'd watch me closely, in a creepy way. He'd only leave his door cracked open about an inch, and I would see his glasses gleam as he watched me play with friends or by myself. He would always try to tempt me to come to him with money or candy. As I got older, I started inviting my middle school friends to my home. A few of them would comment on the weird man staring at us. I remember a time where I said, "He's staring at us again," and one of my guy friends responded with, "He's not staring at us. He's watching you." My best friend, we'll call her Karen, and I had been super invested in Naruto. We'd always watch it on our spare time together. One of the characters, Jiraiya, was a super pervert who would lurk around women. Naruto called him Pervy Sage, so we started calling the creepy old man Pervy Sage as well. Late one evening around 8 or 9 p.m, when I was about 13 or 14, Karen and I were in my dining room area, sitting at the computer with my dog on my lap. My parents were at work. My older brothers were in their room. They shared the master bedroom. They were hanging out with their friends. I recall hearing my front door open, but not thinking much of it. That's until I smelled the stench of cigarettes and alcohol. We looked to our left and saw him inside my home, but neither of us said anything. Karen and I were both in shock. He walked up to us and stood behind me. He began to play with my hair, asking what we were doing. Karen and I just sat there, not knowing what to say. He knew my parents weren't home. She blurted out that we were ordering pizza online and typed in Pizza Hut on the search bar. She later told me if we ordered pizza, a grown-up would come and we could tell him or her what was wrong. The man did not budge. He continued to play with my hair. Karen got up and nervously said, "I'm going to ask your brothers if they want anything on their pizza." And with that, she ran to her right, straight down the hallway, and bolted through my brother's door. I had just finished the pizza purchase and heard her scream, "Pervy Sage is acting weird." The man spoke only Spanish. I doubt he knew what she said. But with that, I grabbed my dog and ran towards my brother's room and repeated it. "Pervy Sage is acting weird." Both Karen and I were blurting out how weird he was being, and how he came in uninvited. I can imagine we both looked hysterical. My brothers told us to get the hell out of their room. I'm not sure if they were trying to look cool in front of their friends, but I knew how they were. If I didn't do as they asked, I'd get beaten up or told off. Karen and I looked at each other, sort of defeated. We closed their bedroom door and stood in front of it for a second. We looked back at where we originally sat, but the man was not there. Karen and I ran to the kitchen.
grabbed 2 knives, and ran into my bedroom and locked the door. She sat on the bed with my dog, and I sat on the floor, trying to listen or feel if he was walking around my house. My house was old. It would easily shake when someone walked around, so I felt if I sat on the floor, I'd feel if he were inside. My bedroom had 2 doors, one with a lock that connected to the hallway, the other with no lock, connected to my parents' room, which was right next to the front door of the house. Karen and I heard footsteps in the living room once more, then silence. We both looked at each other in horror. We both rushed to the second door and pushed against it, just in time to stop him from opening it. The man pushed for about 30 seconds before stopping. The moment he stopped, Karen and I took the opportunity to push a dresser into the door to barricade it. About 15 minutes of us sitting on my bed, knives in hand, we heard the pizza guy arrive. With that, the man was gone, back in his hole of a bedroom outside my home. We locked the front door and ate our pizza. We didn't call the police because of where we lived. We thought, who'd believe 2 kids? A few days later, Karen and I reported everything to our school counselor. She was an amazing, caring woman. She was always there for us, no matter what we needed, so we trusted her enough to tell her what had happened. She made a full report and interviewed us both separately to make sure we weren't lying. She called us both into her office the next day and let us know that she had called the police to report the incident, but they told her we cannot do anything until something happens. Karen was furious. Are we supposed to be found dead in a ditch for them to do something? I can still hear her saying this to this day. Our counselor called our parents to report the incident. Karen's parents didn't seem to care. Their divorce was more important. My dad asked me if it was true and said he'll talk to the guy. My brothers came to me saying, if he comes near you, tell us. All of a sudden they cared. My dad remained friends with the man. The man stopped talking to me for years, but never stopped watching. When I was 16, Karen and I were hanging out near the front of the property. The man had ridden his bike near us and said, "Your attitude has changed," in Spanish. This was the first time he said anything to me since the event 2 to 3 years prior. So I told him, "I'm not a kid anymore. I know what you are, and I can fight back." Karen glared at him. He moved away shortly after that. Karen and I lost touch after he moved away. We both went to different high schools, and for the first 2 years, we tried our hardest to remain in contact, but we grew apart. That, and her mum had her moving from place to place after the divorce. I grew up with trust issues around men due to that guy, just something I'm slowly trying to get over. I'm 24 now. The last time I saw him was in my dad's car, as he was riding his bike down the street, but that was back when I was about 18. I haven't seen him since. Back in 2008, I was a student planning to go to university and needed some extracurricular stuff I could put on my entry applications. As most UK students know, one of the best to have on there is the Duke of Edinburgh Award. As part of this award, you have to embark on an orienteering expedition, basically a long trek through woodland and rural villages, following nothing but a map and compass, no GPS allowed. It's a teamwork experience, and you camp and overcome hurdles together, etc. Anyway, I was out of shape at the time, and so my uncle volunteered to take me out to the middle of nowhere to get some ideas of what orienteering was like. We didn't stay overnight, like what I would have to do during the real thing, but we hiked maybe 10 miles through woods and a small village in pretty abysmal weather. By the end of the journey, we were soaked to the bone and pretty miserable, looking forward to getting back to the car and heading home.
For the last part of the journey, we were on a dirt trail heading uphill with bushes and trees either side. We were marching onward in silence at this point, when all of a sudden there was a rustling in the foliage to our left. From behind a large bush stepped an old man in a black suit with a red bow tie and dress shoes. He looked late 70s or early 80s, very pale, liver spots dotting his face, and a grey-white comb-over. I was instantly weirded out. Who dresses like that to go into the woods? The instant thought seeing a guy his age out there in those clothes, in those weather conditions was, this guy has lost his marbles. There was something else that took me an extra moment to notice though that puzzled me. The guy was bone dry, didn't even have mud on his shoes. We stopped in our tracks and just stared at the man for a moment, who appeared to be frozen and shocked at seeing us. My uncle made the first move, taking a step towards him, asking if he was all right. The old man continued to stare for a moment, not moving even a twitch, then became suddenly very animated. It was like he suddenly snapped out of a trance. He started flailing his arms wildly, saying something awful had happened, that a good friend of his needed help. He began walking backwards into the woods, motioning for us to follow him, which we did. We started off at a brisk walk, then escalated to running as we struggled to keep up with the old man. After maybe a minute, he disappeared ahead of us, but we could hear him, so we continued to follow the noise until we reached a huge slope. We stopped at the edge and looked down to see the old man standing at the bottom, motioning us, pleading with us to follow him. I remember looking down, and the slope was probably a 40-degree angle, spanning for perhaps 50 feet or more, and slick with mud. It looks like an accident waiting to happen, especially given that there are no shrubs or roots to hold onto or anything. I remember looking down at the old man on the other side of the slope and wondering, how the heck did he cross that so quickly, and so cleanly? I mean, at that distance it's hard to see fine detail clearly, but I swear he did not appear to be wet or muddy at all. My uncle and I looked at each other, and I saw that he was getting as weirded out as I was. Despite my feelings, I made a step towards the edge, and was going to try and make my way down, when my uncle grabbed me firmly by the arm and pulled me back. Under his breath he said, "Something's wrong here." We took a few steps back from the edge at this point, and the old man at the bottom started getting irate. He began pleading with us again to come down the slope, telling us he needed our help. His friend was in trouble. My uncle shouted down to the old man that we would head back to our car and call emergency services for him, that professional help would be on its way soon, and that they would have all the tools to help him, etc. The old man suddenly got furious. He began jumping up and down, demanding that we come down the slope right now, or there would be hell to pay. His voice had changed drastically. He was practically growling his words, his hands bunched up into fists, pounding his knees like an angry toddler throwing a tantrum. I've never seen a grown adult fly into such a rage in my life. His eyes looked like they were on the verge of bursting out of their sockets. His skin went from pale to red in almost an instant. We began to hurriedly make our way back the way we came, his demands and threats getting less audible as we got closer to the trail. Once on the trail, we practically power marched the remaining quarter-mile or so to the car. All the while, my uncle was on the phone to the emergency services, explaining to them that there was a possibly mentally ill old man wandering the trail. We were ordered to get to our car and await the police, so we could show them where we had encountered him. About an hour later, we met 4 officers, 2 of whom had dogs with them, and packs of supplies like first aid, emergency blankets, etc. We lead them to the exact spot, and then pointed the 2 officers with dogs in the direction he led us through the bushes. The search lasted all weekend, but there was no trace of the old man. Officers said the only trail they could pick up had been mine and my uncle's. They didn't find any footprints or anything belonging to the old man we encountered. One of my weirdest experiences to date. I worked the night shifts at a grocery store in the produce department. The store closes at 10, but my shifts end at 11, so I have time to clean and prep the department for the morning crew. I'd just come back from a 2-week holiday, and I was talking to a couple of young girls who work on the front-end registers, and they told me that twice last week there was a man in the parking lot waiting for them to finish their shifts to harass them. The first time, he asked them if they had any plans for the night, but they didn't respond, so he left. The second time, he grabbed one of their arms when they tried to avoid him. They broke away and ran into the store, and the police were called, but by the time they had arrived, he was long gone. Since I was now back at work, I told the girls I would walk them to their cars when their shifts are over. The shop closes at 10 p.m, and they finish at 10:30, so around 10:15 p.m, I decided to go for a walk around the parking lot and have a look around. There was no one there. The next 2 nights were the same. I patrolled it quickly before they leave, and then I walked them to their cars. It's dead quiet. On the 4th night is where it got really scary. It was absolutely pissing down with rain, so I didn't go for my normal patrol. There was one girl finishing late, so when she finished work, she ended up giving me her keys, and I was going to drive her car to the front of the store so she could get straight in and leave. I ran to her car in the rain, and as I was about to get in, I saw the driver's side rear tire was completely deflated, probably punctured with a blade. Then I peeked around the other side of the car, and then saw the man they were talking about crouching behind the car. It scared the absolute hell out of me. He didn't jump up or go to attack me or anything, but just seeing him there, in the dead of night when it's pouring rain, is an image that's hard to get out of my head. I wanted to subdue him, or try to apprehend him, but I was worried he might have a knife on him, so I started yelling and acting crazy, and he ran off soon after that. I called the police and they came and took a statement from me. The girl was shaken up about her car, and what I told her had happened, but she ended up waiting for me to finish work. Then I took her home. She left her car at work overnight until it was the next day, where it was light out and wasn't raining, so the tire could be changed. I had come into work during the day to talk with the store manager about what had happened, and asked if we could go over the security camera footage, as I can't access it myself. After we watched what happened that night, we ended up going through the 3 nights before, and I almost crapped myself after what we saw. Turns out, the same guy was also there all 3 nights before, when nothing seemed to have happened. He was loitering around the parking lot around 10 p.m. after close, and at 10:15, when I would go out for a quick patrol, he hid in these bushes and shrubbery that was located all around the parking lot. After the girls got in their cars and went home, he would wait for another couple of minutes, and when I was back inside, he would just leave. Even though I don't work at the store anymore, whoever is managing and closing the store now always has to walk the staff to their cars. It's mandatory. Quick backstory. I'm a 21-year-old male, newly moved into my house, and I'm still not 100% familiar with my own neighborhood yet. The way the neighborhood was built makes it a rectangular shape, laying down on its long side, with my house being at the top right corner of it. So the other night, around 2:30 a.m., I was at my house alone when I decided to take a break from playing guitar and have a smoke before bed. So I grabbed a smoke and started out of my front door. About 3 or so minutes into my cig, I noticed a faint noise of what sounds like an old creaky metal object that needs to get oiled. But the sound had a cadence which makes it repeat every 2 or 3 seconds. After this happens for about 10 seconds, I notice that I can hear tires gripping the road as well. Then, out of nowhere, I see a man who looks to be in his mid-40s riding this horribly beaten down bike that emitted a very intense, ear-piercing, high-pitched squeak every time he pedaled. As I stood in my driveway and he passed me, he kept moving forward,
but his head slowly rotated left and he locked eyes with me. I'm not kidding when I say that this guy looked identical to Hannibal Lecter from the movies. But that's not what made my heart drop. As I'm locking eyes with him and he's moving past my driveway, he suddenly gives me the scariest, most widest, scariest jagged toothed smile I've ever seen in my life, and continues to lock eyes with me. And this wasn't an ordinary smile. I'm talking a when the Grinch stole Christmas, ear-to-ear smile. Within 15 more seconds, he continued pedaling and is out of sight. I can now just faintly hear his bicycle gears squeaking. At this point, I'm wondering whether or not he's going around my rectangular block of a neighborhood, and whether or not I can finish this sick fast enough to get inside before he comes around again. As I'm doing this, I begin to hear a metal creak noise, but I also hear something different. I hear this dude laughing like a maniac, which made me nope the hell out of there. As I'm stumbling for my door handle because of the adrenaline rush, he begins to round the turn when my door is almost in view. At the exact moment where I would become visible, I got my door open, ran in, and slammed it shut and locked it. No sooner does my door close do I hear the man from outside scream as loud as can be, "Where'd you go?" and laugh. The inflection of his voice was almost like he was mocking me, like he knew he was scaring the hell out of me, and saw my door close, and he was acting like he was let down that he scared me off so soon. At this point, I went into full-out battle mode, ran around my house, and turned all the lights off, battle crawled to my bedroom, and waited. As I lay in my bed for the next 30 minutes, I would hear the squeaking of the bike for about 30 seconds, every 3 or 4 minutes. About 35 to 40 minutes later, it finally stopped, and the man was gone. I have actually quit smoking since then, and haven't been outside that late, but every now and then, around 2:30 a.m., I can still hear the squeaking of the bicycle from the outside of my room window.
This is one of my favorite personal stories since everything turned out alright, but I still get chills thinking about how many different ways the night could have gone wrong. A few years ago, my friend Jane and I took a trip to Portland, Oregon. I'm also female. We're both from the south side of Chicago, and Jane was feeling pretty jaded with the city. She was convinced everything was better on the West Coast, including the people. So we flew out to Portland and rented a car, which we named Veronica. The day before we were supposed to fly back home, we took Veronica and drove up to Aberdeen, Washington to see Kurt Cobain's childhood home. After that, we drove down the coast sightseeing along the way. We visited Astoria, Oregon to see the house from the Goonies, and ended the day at Cannon Beach to check out Haystack Rock. All in all, it was a pretty nice day. Once it started to get dark, we decided to head back to our hotel, which is just under 2 hours away. I knew that I needed gas, so I told Jane I would stop at the first gas station I see. Cannon Beach is a small resort-type town, a lot of little shops and restaurants, but I didn't see any gas stations. Being from the city, I'm used to seeing 2 on every corner, so I wasn't really worried. I expected to find one soon. I'm completely unfamiliar with the area, so I just keep following the GPS's instructions while talking to Jane. Next thing I know, we're not in any type of town. We're on a dark, winding road surrounded by trees. At this point, I'm getting a little worried. I pull over to the side of the road to use the GPS to search for the nearest gas station. It tells me there's one about a mile down the road. Awesome, I'll get some gas and we'll be set. So, I'm driving, and Veronica tells us that we've arrived at our destination. I pull into a completely dark and empty gas station. We're still surrounded by woods and darkness. As far as I can tell, there's nothing around for miles. According to Veronica, we have about 10 miles worth of gas, and the nearest gas station is 30 miles away. Jane and I are sitting there trying to figure out what to do when another car pulls in. I keep going about my business and don't really pay attention to the other car. I just assume they needed gas too. Out of the corner of my eye, I see someone gesturing to me. After some hesitation, I crack the window to see what they want. There's a middle-aged man and his wife in the car. He starts asking us all kinds of questions. Need to fill up? Coming from the beach? Driving back to Portland? I keep my answers polite but short. Then, he tells us that he actually owns the gas station we're at, but doesn't make enough money to keep it open that late. He tells us that he knows of a Chevron about 3 miles away and gives us directions for it. He gave us his number and says to give him a call in case we don't make it to the Chevron. My name is Sam, the mechanic man. Let me know if you don't make it and I'll come rescue you ladies. We thank him profusely and head out. Jane is going on and on how nice that was, and how that would never have happened in Chicago. I agreed. That was very nice, if odd of him. Strange that he happened to be driving past his gas station at the same time we pulled in, but whatever. I make a joke about him calling his buddy at the gas station, as if he was saying, "I'm sending 2 women your way," smiley face. We make it to the Chevron, and this kid, 18 or 19 years old, comes out to pump our gas. He asks us how we're doing, then says, "There's a lot of weirdos out tonight." Jane and I look at each other and let out a small laugh and say, "Huh, told you." I turn back to the kid and ask him what he means. He tells me this story of how his brother owes some drug dealer a ton of money and how he's hiding somewhere nearby. He's planning on kicking the hell out of him once he gets off his shift. I can tell Jane is getting uncomfortable with the building weirdness of the night, so I give the kid a good tip, wish him luck, and start driving again. At one point during our conversation, Jane calls Sam the mechanic man and leaves him a voicemail. She tells him we made it to the gas station and how much we appreciate his help. I thought the call was unnecessary, but it is what it is. A few minutes later, we're on the highway, and about 10 minutes from our hotel, Jane's phone rings and it's Sam. Again, she thanks him profusely. He asks where we're from and when we're flying home. He tells her his name is Sam Glesty and he wrote a book called Wrongly Accused. We should read it when we're on our plane ride home. This piqued my interest. "Jane, you have to look up that book to see what it's about." She Googles it. Then she goes limp and she looks like she's trying to puke. "What is it?" "He was accused of being the Green River Killer." Immediately she starts freaking out. "He has my number now." Back at the hotel, we do some more digging. Apparently, a victim of the Green River serial killer picked Sam out of a lineup. However, the real killer was caught and convicted based on DNA evidence. But around the same time in the 70s, Sam was convicted and served time for abducting and assaulting a young woman in the area we were in. The book he wrote was about all of that. We ended up stuck in Portland for 2 more days due to a snowstorm in Chicago. It was a weird, tension-filled 2 days. Considering the circumstances and weirdness of that night, things could have gone horribly wrong. I'm glad all I got out of that night was a story. In my previous job, I was an on-call coal sampler, and this entails being called whenever and having to go wherever. Sometimes you were forced to work doubles, and this was a double day. Left home at 5 a.m., worked 10 hours, and then told to cover 2 hours drive time in 45 minutes and work until relieved. Relief finally shows around 12:30 a.m., and this, kids, is where the fun begins. I didn't have time to stop and get gas on my way up to the second half of the double. Then I had forgotten about it by the time I left the job site and headed home. Until, that is, the truck reminds me that it's thirsty. Luckily there's a gas station on the way. One of these big 8-island, 16-pump deals. Up until then, and always after, my own policy was to use the pump closest to the door.
This night, exhaustion said to use the pump closest to the road. Mistake number one. I was on autopilot at this point, tired, hungry, and ready for a hot shower and bed. Pretty much fell out of the truck, gouged the gas card into the pump, smashed in the info, snatched the nozzle and turned around to pump the gas. Now, this is the point of the story where I must tell you to always be aware of your surroundings. I failed to do this. Upon turning around, with an active gas nozzle in my hand, stood before me an attractive brunette. Where'd she come from? A quick scan revealed I'd missed an old Beta car to the right of my truck. In a very poor area, with a high drug abuse rate, my mind screamed at me. The lady asked me for $5 for gas so she could get home. I tell her, truthfully might I add, that if I didn't have this company gas card, I wouldn't have a way to get home myself. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed movement. She had said she was alone. Sneaking around the front of my truck were two scrawny-looking young men who looked to need something. I'm a smoker, and at the time I used a Zippo lighter. I'm also 6'4", and around 300 pounds, and I hadn't had a haircut or shave for about 7 months, so I looked rather wild from being on the clock for 20 hours. I quickly snatched a cigarette and my Zippo from my shirt pocket and lit one, leaving the lighter burning, gas nozzle still in my other hand, as they turned the front corner of my truck. I'm no expert in fighting, hand-to-hand combat or anything like that, but I've got kids I'm going home to. So they see me with a lighter and nozzle, looking wild-eyed and angry. They beat retreat, thankfully. I side-eyed them until they got back to the car, while returning to face the girl. She looked defeated, as she also returned to the car, slamming the door shut as hard as I've ever heard a car door slammed. $10 in gas later, I split, shaking like a leaf on a tree. Although company policy strictly prohibits carrying a firearm, I never worked another shift unarmed. If you're going to push safety on the job site, then you should also allow for safety to and from the job site. I am a mother of 2 daughters and live out in the country. My husband is a welder and a really outgoing and charismatic guy, which means he has tons of friends that will periodically stop by to hang out with him. In fact, there are some friends he trusts enough to use the tools in his garage and stay at the house when he isn't home. Well, one late afternoon, he was gone when I heard someone pull up into the driveway. We have 2 dogs who were going nuts and barking at the picture window in our living room. I looked out and saw a familiar-looking blue blazer and assumed my husband's friend, Bob, was over to use something from the garage or wait for my husband to get home. He hadn't knocked on the door, so I figured they'd already talked to each other about it. No big deal. But the dogs would not stop barking and growling, which didn't seem right because they knew Bob. So I looked more closely out the window and realized that there was a man lingering near the garage, but he was not Bob. In fact, I had never seen him before. I decided to take my dogs and go outside to see who he was and what he wanted. He told me he lived down the street and knew my husband. He was very friendly and began telling me all about how he had to move out of his house because he and his wife were divorcing. He seemed quite familiar with my husband and even asked about our dog, Pepper, who had passed away a few months prior. Pepper was a very smart and protective dog and could be scary if he thought harm could come to me or my family. He didn't realize that Pepper died and really seemed genuinely apologetic about it. Meanwhile, I noticed that my dog, Shadow, still hadn't settled down around this guy. He wouldn't let him pet him, and the hair on his back was sticking straight up. He would intermittently growl during conversation too. This was really odd for him, and I was pretty confused because this guy seemed really nice. After chatting for a while, he asked for my husband's number so he could call him. That was a red flag for me, because if my husband wanted someone to have his number, he'd give it to them. So I told the man I'd give him a call right then. I called my husband in front of him.
who suddenly looked a little nervous. I explained to my husband that Jim from down the street was at the house to visit him. Immediately, my husband told me to tell Jim to get off our property and never return. This scared the crap out of me because, like I said, my husband is really friendly and hospitable usually. He told me to make the man leave, and he was on his way home. I ended up making some excuse to Jim. For some reason, I just couldn't say something so mean to him after he'd just been so friendly and polite to me. And he backed up right away, suddenly quick to leave. My husband arrived home a short time later and explains that Jim was a severe addict who had been stealing from all of his neighbors' garages. His wife threw him out because of this, and he had been desperate for cash to support his habit. He was probably scoping out what he could steal from my husband's garage and seeing what obstacles, i.e. my dogs, would be in his way. To think he could have harmed me or my kids makes me furious. He seemed so nice, and I felt like an idiot for not realizing the truth. I've learned my lesson now though. If someone comes over that I don't know while my husband is out, I call him right away. Update. My husband told me tonight that Jim was arrested and is currently in jail now. He apparently was caught robbing my neighbor's garage. Good riddance. Do you know those silly school trips that last a few days? I used to go on as many of those as I could. I loved them. It was always fun to choose your roommates and decide who went on what bed, etc. I would have been about 12 or 13 at the time of this story, everyone else being involved around the same age. This school trip was meant to be like any other. It was for my English class, and it was about a certain author that we were studying. The day started normally. We got off of our coach and went to our designated rooms. In the room was a shower and toilet and 4 bunk beds. One was closer to the door and the second was parallel to it on the opposite side of the room. I was on the bottom bunk. My friend Rosa was on the bunk above me. My other friends, Eloise and Noelle, were on the other bunks. Eloise was on the bottom and Noelle was on the top. To get into our room, you had to go up 2 flights of stairs and into a little foyer area. From there, you had a door directly to the left of the foyer entrance. Go through that door, and there were 2 more doors, one to the left and one straight forward, the one directly in front of ours. It's important to note that some friends of ours were in the room to the left. We were allowed to go out in small groups in the village or town area, as long as we told a teacher. I remember my room and the room next to us went out to grab some snacks and food, as we would not be having food until the next morning. As our room was bigger, we all went there to enjoy our masterful feast. It must have been around 6 p.m, maybe a little later. Our school was very friendly. Everyone knew pretty much everyone, so we would have a set time that we would all go down and talk and socialize, play snooker, watch Love Island with subtitles, or just generally chill out. Our teachers would join in as well. It was so fun. We would usually go up to our rooms around 10 or 11 p.m. That night, we went up at 10. My roommates and I stayed up for a while, talking and sharing sweets around. The rooms next door didn't have a toilet, and they were worried about what they could do, so we decided that instead of being smart and just giving them our room key and taking it back in the morning, that we would keep the door unlocked for them. I'm pretty sure I fell asleep at around midnight, after everyone else had fallen asleep. I woke up a short while later, completely knackered and half asleep. I'm a light sleeper, so when I heard the door click shut, I immediately woke up. I assumed it was one of the girls next door coming to use the toilet, but it wasn't. I heard low grunting, which confused my still asleep brain to no end, but I concluded it was one of the male teachers who just forgot to check up on everyone. It's not that uncommon. What I didn't expect was the dude to come over and sit on the edge of my bed, as if he was getting ready to get in. He sat on my foot, and I guess he felt it, because he stood back up, and put his hands on the end bars of the ladders to both of the bunks, I assume trying to stay standing up. For some reason, I still thought it was a teacher, but I was starting to wake up a little at this point, starting to take in the situation. I heard him say, "This is not my room. It's a room with girls in it." And I just replied, "Yes, it is." It was weird. It wasn't a question, and he didn't sound confused or embarrassed. He stated he was in the room full of young girls. He knew where he was. I'm pretty sure he purposefully looked for a girl's room. He also didn't speak like a normal human being. Looking back, why on earth was I not freaking out? I have no idea. Note that this is only the first night. A lot of crazy things happened on that trip, some which will haunt me forever. Always lock your doors no matter what. Be smart, be safe, and remember, if something happens to you, especially if someone does something to you, it's never your fault. You're not alone. Anyway, I heard slight shuffling and the door click shut again. That's when it clicked for me. There was an unknown man in our room. I talked to him. I bolted up into a sitting position and quietly slipped out of bed, grabbing our room key off the coat hook we put it on. Then I saw legs. I would have screamed if I wasn't so stunned. Scared and tired, I scrambled back into my bed. That's when Rosa woke up. She was incredibly tired, and I was on the verge of a panic attack. I got up off of my bed so she could see and just pointed at the legs. When she saw them, she went wide-eyed and looked like she would join me in my panic attack. We started whispering, trying to figure out what to do. Then Noelle woke up, asking us to be quiet as she was trying to sleep. So Rosa broke the news that we probably wouldn't be sleeping properly at all that night. Noelle didn't believe us at first, so I tiptoed over to her and showed her the legs. And then it hit both of us. He was naked. There was a nude man in our room, unconscious for all we knew, just in the front of the door, blocking the only escape route from the room. So far, it wasn't looking too great. I went over to Eloise and shook her awake. She scared us half to death with how loud she sounded. We were terrified that the man had come into our room with bad intentions and was either pretending to be unconscious so that we would go near him, or that he had somehow managed to knock himself out. But if we went near him, he might wake up. I got Eloise to calm down, and Rosa once again explained as I started to break down. The other girls close behind me in my distress, we got out our phones and started calling every friend or contact that was on the trip with us, desperately hoping they were awake so that they could come save us. But sometimes you have to be your own hero. We were trying to stay calm and figure out a plan when Noelle was able to reach Dad on the phone. He gave us some advice about how to handle the situation, but ultimately told us to get out and find someone to help us. Remember that the man was in the entryway, blocking the door with his head. It felt like we were trapped, but we decided to just do it. If it went wrong, we would just hit him on the head with the door. Simple. Noelle went first, followed by Eloise, then me and Rosa. The door was only open a crack, so we had to move quickly and quietly, trying to fit through the crack as best we could. Otherwise, we ran the risk of hitting him and waking him up. I'm fairly certain Rosa hit him on the head, just to spite him. I wish I had the confidence to do that. We went through both of the doors and out into the open foyer area. At the left end of the area was one of the male teachers' rooms. I remember frantically knocking on the door, still being careful to not wake the man or anyone else up. But no teacher answered, so we kind of just stood there in the middle of the open area, freaking out, crying ourselves a river. Looking back, I feel kind of stupid, but I can't change the past. Then, all of the teachers on the trip came out of the corridor, talking quietly. Obviously seeing us sobbing, seeing me and Noelle collapsed on the floor in a breakdown, was not what they had expected to see that night. Apparently, the man had been walking around most of the rooms, trying the door handles, knocking on the doors, and trying to get in. My male teachers had caught him and taken him downstairs. At that point, he had a bedrobe on. The teachers had gone to one of their rooms to figure out what they should do. Since we were underage and part of a school, they had to call the police. We had to stay up and wait for the police to arrive. We had to go over to a separate area where the female teachers' rooms were and calm down over there. Can I just say that the lady who told us to be quiet because she and her husband wanted to spend some quality time together and we were disturbing their peace? Screw you. We were traumatized 12-year-olds. When the police arrived, they took the man downstairs and we were asked some questions and we asked questions in return. The police told us that the man wasn't drunk nor on drugs. He had no reason to be there. They had no idea what his intentions were and what he was doing that night. He was kicked out of the hotel and is never allowed back there. But nevertheless, it was quite creepy, and I wish to never see him again. I still remember this happening so vividly. It was terrifying to the point that I had to move rooms as I was too scared to sleep in my original one. So here is the story. The houses in this suburb were back to back, so basically there was a street, a line of houses, a fence sectioning them off, another line of houses, and then their street. The backyards were what connected each other, so you could basically climb your backyard fence and land in your neighbor's backyard. It's important to understand the layout. In my house, towards the back of the house was the laundry, and then my room, a large glass door leading outside. It had windows on the side, which sat on a concrete side passage that connected the front of the house to the backyard. My bed was pushed against the wall with the window above and next to it. 9-year-old me was a night owl. As a young kid, I used to pretend to go to sleep and wait for the all clear, then turn on the lamp and read my books. This particular night, it was windy, so you could hear the dry leaves blowing up and down the side passage. It was around midnight when I heard the leaves shifting and moving around outside a lot quicker than before. Assuming the wind had picked up, I kept reading. The noise was growing louder and louder, and it seemed to stop right by my window. The house is an older house, and it's on stilts, so my window would have been about 2 to 3 feet off the ground. I heard a bang against the wall, then a scraping noise. I froze sitting in bed as that noise came from right behind me. I panicked as the scraping noise was more and more frequent, and I turned off the lamp and did what every child would do in that situation. I retreated under the covers and hid while listening. My heart was pounding. I can still feel the fear to this day. The noise stopped, and I heard the crunching on the leaves as whatever it was walking away. I was trying to gather the courage to run to my parents' room, which was right at the front of the house, because that meant I had to walk past the glass door. Then I heard a thump upstairs to the back door, then the glamoring of the wind chimes. They were metal and hung low. Whoever it was could not see in the dark and must have knocked them as they were peering in the door. I heard them grab it and throw them to the ground. This was followed by tapping and scratching, and they even tried the door handle. I screamed to high heaven, hoping Dad would wake up. I heard the person clamber away. I got up and ran to my parents' room, woke up Dad in a panic, declaring someone is outside. He took off with a baseball bat and no pants like the knight in shining armor he was. I don't know how long it was, but he came back and told me he could not find anybody and I should go back to bed. I refused and slept in the lounge room that night. It got to a point where I was so unsettled, my parents had to shift all rooms around to move me from that room. It was only years later, when I was 20, and we were at a family dinner talking about things we did when we were young. I brought up that story. My dad turns to me and says, "Since we don't live there anymore, I guess I can tell you that I did find someone that night." He found our neighbor, Bill, whom was the father of one of my friends from school. He was trying to climb over the fence when Dad caught him, and the first thing he said to my dad was, "Oh, did someone make her scream?" Dad refused to tell me what happened after that, but that line chills me to this day. He found his ladder on its side near my window in the morning, which of course he did not tell me about either, as the creep was trying to climb into my room. This was around 2004, when I was 20 and living in a small 2-level apartment on the main floor of a building. Out front there were 3 stairs, then a deck, then 3 more stairs to the front door, and another little narrow deck that ran the length of the front of my apartment, which besides the doors was all windows. The main floor was a tiny kitchen/living room, and a door to the hallway for laundry and parking access, all of which is totally visible from the windows. It was fall in Western Canada during daylight savings, pitch black early, and surprisingly warm for the season. I had all my windows open and hadn't closed the blinds to get a breeze in, and was talking on the phone to my sister. I had my back to the windows, and when I turned around, I thought I saw something weird at the window. It was really bright inside, so I turned the main light off to see a man pressed against the window staring at me. I screamed and told my sister, "A man is on my deck looking at me." He seemed to take off into the darkness. I turned off all the lights inside, put the outside ones on, and I was babbling to my sister like, "Holy crap, a peeping Tom so scary I can't believe it." And then he just walks back up the deck. I screamed again, "He's back! I have to call 911. Hung up and did exactly that, while his face was pressed against the window, and it was open. The windows were floor to ceiling with screened, crank-opened bottom sections that I had to open to the max and could for sure accommodate a determined person crawling in. He could hear me in the 911 call, but didn't move. I had crouched down in the dark room, and the main light was off, so he couldn't see me, but I had the lights on besides the door to the hallway and on the stairs to the bedroom. I didn't want to move and let him know where I was. I should have run into the hall and banged on the neighbor's door, but I was in shock, and after all, the cops are coming from a station 10 blocks away. They'll get here soon, right? The 911 operator said, "We can't find your address." "I'm directly behind the rec center at X and Y, corner unit, unmistakable area landmark, and the only apartment building there." The man at the window starts banging on the glass. I was whispering, but I assume he heard me give panic directions repeatedly, and we both can't hear sirens. It felt like this would go on forever when he finally just ran off. I couldn't see far, there was plenty of places to crouch and hide, so I was not sure at all. I peek out and see a police car, so I told the operator they're here, and then the car starts to drive away, and the operator told me to go outside and flag them down. I don't know why I actually did, because I was scared witless, but when I did, they rolled down their window. "Ma'am, do you need help?" "Oh, you're looking for me, I think. I called 911? "We're just driving by, but what's the problem?" They never found the man that terrified me and made me so unsafe that I moved. But it was truly the cops not being able to find the only apartments behind a notable building that completely shocked me. The frightening end note is when I moved out, they tried to charge me because, quote, "the downstairs screens are shredded from your cats." The screens were pristine the day the creeper showed up, and that was the last time I opened the downstairs windows or blinds, or used the front door. The property manager laughed and mocked me and called BS when I said someone cut them, until I showed her the police report. She lived there too, so suddenly, not so funny.
I worked as a cab driver some years ago and had a night shift during the weekend. I was about to end my shift, but got a call last minute for a ride. Thinking I didn't mind extra money, I accepted and picked him up. When I arrived, first of all I called back to let him know I was ready and waiting outside, but there was no answer. I called 3 times. Where I live, and the taxi company I worked for, we as drivers have a right to start the meter 10 minutes after arrival if the passenger has not shown themselves. So after 10 minutes, I start the meter since the waiting was costing me both money and sleep. After about 30 minutes, the passenger finally arrives and gets in the cab. Everything seemed to be alright for a few minutes, until he checked the meter, at which point he started throwing a gigantic tantrum, saying he was not going to pay and he was going to report me to the police for fraud. I calmly explained the laws and rights of both drivers and passengers to him, telling him I was even willing to stop the meter early just to be decent. He still refused and got even more pissed. He was sitting in the back seat directly behind me, and out of nowhere, I feel the edge of a knife resting on my throat. He told me he would slit my throat if I didn't revert the meter to minimum fare. Note, I was still driving at this point. I again calmly recommended he put the knife down and told him I could stop the meter even earlier if it meant so much to him, but he decided to press the knife hard against my throat instead. I immediately slammed on the brakes. He face-planted into the driver's seat. The knife dropped into the mid-console, and I even did a bit of a drift. Then I quickly got out of the car and hard-locked it from the outside, with him struggling to get his seatbelt off. The alarm button in my cab was also activated, which immediately sends a distress signal to the police, fire department, ambulance, and every single cab in the city. 2 police cars arrive, along with 3 cabs, 1 ambulance, and 1 fire truck. Needless to say, he's not getting out of jail anytime soon. The scenario was caught on tape and video from the camera inside the cab. I still haven't been paid for that cab fare though. I had just transferred schools, and I took a new position as a high school librarian. There was a little snack bar run by the cafeteria workers in the student center. Bill was the guy who managed the register for the snack bar. He was a short man, in his late 50s. He always had a smile for anyone who came to visit. He really loved it when the adults of the building came by to get food and drinks, and he would try to start a conversation with anyone who would stop and talk. He seemed sad and lonely. Over the first few months of stopping by there for my morning tea, he would always ask me questions. I was in a serious relationship at this time. I had been with my partner for 6 years, and we had a child together. He seemed genuinely interested in getting to know me. I never got any weird vibes from him. He seemed like a sweet father or grandfather type figure. Over the summer, between my first year of working and my second year, my boyfriend and I broke up. I didn't talk about it at work when I could help it. It was painful to talk about because we had been together for so long and had a child. I was trying to date online. I was on the main ones: Facebook dating, Tinder, Plenty of Fish, and Bumble. I live in a pretty small town, so the same men were on all of the same apps. I went on a few dates, but overall, the entire process was a disaster. I only stayed on the apps for the first full semester of my second year and then deleted all of them to remain single. During this time, Bill's attention started to change. He would get very excited when I came down to get my morning drink. He knew about my breakup and would ask me how dating was going. I did not remember telling him that I was single, but I assumed I must have let it slip at some point in our conversation. I would come back in the mornings and tell him all about my terrible dates. I remember telling him that I was giving up on dating. He tried to hold my hand to try to comfort me. I immediately jerked my hand back. I told him I was fine with my life and that I won't date again until I'm happy with just myself. Each morning that I went back, I noticed that he kept trying to find excuses to touch me. I had hair on my clothes, or he needed to fix the alignment of my jacket. I started to get very creeped out from his attention. I stopped going down to get a drink. I told him I didn't have time in the morning anymore, because the library was getting more kids needing me to check out books before school started. Since I wasn't coming down to see him, he started coming down to see me. He started by just bringing me tea. If I was not at my desk, he would leave it for me to find. At first, I didn't mind it too much. Things just appeared, and I didn't have to fake smile when he came by. After a few weeks, it stopped being just tea. He started bringing me food too. "We just got a shipment of oranges in," he said. "I picked out the very best ones for you. I know how much you love oranges." The gifts became bigger and bigger until he was bringing me full meals from the cafeteria. I started trying to think how I could get this to stop while also being polite. I had to be nice, right? Over time, I couldn't eat the food. I would give it away or trash it the moment he left the room. The next time he came down with his arms filled with free food for me, I told him that I didn't want him to bring me anything because I was on a diet and I was bringing my own food to school. "You're perfect just the way you are," he said with a smile. I replied a thank you. Why do I feel the need to be so nice to creepy people? When he would try to bring me food down, I would thank him and remind him that I did not want any more food. When he would come in and I wasn't at my desk, I would duck down and hide until he left. The students started to ask what was going on. I'm a grown woman, the person in charge of these students, and I'm hiding on the floor behind a stack of books to avoid talking to him. The students even said that they did not like him. The students had nicknamed him the Troll. It was such a fitting name. Over time, he understood that I didn't want any more food from him. I had a month of glorious silence. No visits, just awkward waves in the hallway if I passed by, and my second year as a librarian ended. When the third year started back up, I had a lovely summer without a thought of him. I walked into the library on the first day with a present on my desk. I opened the package. It's a coffee tumbler and a gift card to Starbucks. No name or card to say who gave it to me. I wasn't sure it was him, so I went down to ask. He said that he wanted to buy me something special and to have my school year start off with a smile. I accepted the gift and thanked him. I'm not saying no to some free drinks. I shouldn't have taken it. I know that now. The gifts didn't stop. At least once a week, he would bring me something. Each gift got more expensive, and I became increasingly more uncomfortable. By October, I told him to stop. Do not bring me anything. Do not buy me anything. It makes me uncomfortable, and I will not be buying him anything in return. He didn't listen. He kept bringing me things. I knew he couldn't afford this on his cafeteria worker's salary, and I told him that. Just stop. I started to get angry with him. I was no longer smiling or saying thank you, but I realized my biggest mistake now. I took the gifts. I took them because I don't have a lot of money, and the gifts were truly all the things I loved. I should have never accepted them. I started to confide in other co-workers about how uncomfortable the whole situation made me. Most of them would reply, "He is single and really nice. He obviously likes you. I know he's older, but maybe you should give him a chance." I did not. With each unwanted gift, he would say, "I know you told me no gifts, but I just had to get this for you." On Valentine's Day of my third year working at this school, a giant gift basket was on my desk. I brought the entire thing back to him. I told him to take it back, that this was just too much.
I guessed that it was about $150 for the entire thing. I told him to keep it. He said that if I took this, it would be the last gift he promised. I took it and made him repeat it again, that this was the last gift. I did not get the chance to test this. By the next month, the entire country shut down for COVID. I had to still be on campus to work, despite all the students being remote. In April, he came to my desk with a goodbye gift. He was quitting the job because they couldn't pay any of the cafeteria workers without students on campus. He was moving away. I cried with him, partly because I'm empathetic when others cry, and mostly from my relief. He was leaving. I never had to speak to him again. The next day, I had a friend request and a message from him on Facebook. I didn't respond or accept the request, but it did fill in some gaps in my knowledge. He had a car as his profile picture, and I remember the picture from all my dating apps. That's why his demeanor changed. He saw me on all of the dating apps, and I had ignored him. For 8 months, I thought it was over. I didn't think about him. School started back up this past August, with students back on campus. It was a relief not to worry about seeing him or finding random things on my desk. In October, my work phone started ringing. I was busy, so I didn't answer. After the person called about 5 times, I finally answered, thinking it was a very urgent parent. It was creepy troll Bill. He had to talk to me. He was in love with me. He spent every day thinking about me. And, oh, by the way, he is married with grandchildren. Guess who's ready to leave his wife for me? Crazy troll Bill. He kept me on my work phone for 45 minutes. I listened. I was nice. In hindsight, I have no idea why I kept talking to him. I told him that I was not interested in him in that way. He begged to be friends. I said fine. He asked me to accept his friend request, and I did. He tried messaging me the next day, but I left it on read. 2 weeks later, I get a message from the front office that a representative from a company needs to talk to me. I rarely get sales reps coming in person, especially after COVID. I go to the front, and it's the troll in a suit, large bags under his arms. The secretary thought he must have been a regular because she recognized him but couldn't place from where. He asked to come in and talk to me, but with COVID safety rules, no one is allowed in the school. I go outside in the cold to talk to him. He explains that he just wanted to drop off a few gifts for me. He proceeds to take each of them out of a bag. He tells me where he was, how it reminded him of me, and why I have to have it. He bought things for my kid, nowhere close to what he needs for his age. I'm panicking. My stomach hurts. I feel like I'm trapped, but outwardly, I'm polite and nice. He asks to hold my hand while he reads the poetry he wrote for me, but I refuse and move as far away as I can manage. The poem he reads references a picture of me. He has the picture printed out. He said it's his favorite of mine. I'm 14 years old in the picture. How far back did he go on my Facebook? And this man used to work in a high school. I tell him again that I don't have any interest in him. He says, "That's okay. I just need to be near you. I will take any attention that you're willing to give me. I just need to be in your life." He goes in for a hug. I try to get away, but I am trapped between a tree and a bench. With his height, his face is buried in my breasts, and his hand tries to sneak under my shirt. I can hear him trying to smell my hair. I am instantly sick. I sent him a Facebook message the moment I'm back inside the school. This time, finally, I am not nice. I tell him, no more gifts, period, none. This is a matter of consent. I do not consent to any more gifts. You say you care about me, but you do not respect my wishes. No more gifts.
After he responded, and I was confident that he actually understood my words, I blocked him. I changed my setting on my profile to make it harder to find. In November, a box arrived at the school, a subscription box that will be sent every month. There isn't a name who it's from, but I know who sent it. I went to speak with the police on campus, but guess what? Not much they can do, since I don't have proof that it's from Bill. I have called the company, but they can't help because I'm not the account holder. The school is aware of the situation. They will hopefully remember him if he tries to see me at work again. The day before my birthday, he called my phone 4 times. On my birthday, he called my phone more than 5 times. I did not answer. Yesterday, the second package arrived at the school with my name and the school address. I hope this story is over, but it might not be. I make sure I'm not followed when I leave work, but I don't have any clue what kind of car he drives. I have a special way I drive now, where everything is single lanes, hopefully making it easier to see if I'm followed. I always check the caller ID before I answer my work phone. I'm afraid of anyone who expresses an interest in me now, because crushes are not cute anymore. I wait for more things to be delivered to the campus. I live in a constant state of panic, because what if he meant it? What if he has to be a part of my life, whether I like it or not? So, to Bill, the creepy cafeteria troll, let's not meet again. Update. It's been a year, and thankfully, I haven't heard a word. I don't get the feeling like I'm being watched anymore. I'm not scared every time my phone rings. I saw him at a grocery store, but I don't think he saw me. I simply don't shop at that store anymore. Place was expensive and far from home anyway. I've spoken to the police a few times. He called the last week of work before winter break, but thankfully, someone saw me crying at my desk and came over and picked up the phone the 3rd time in a row he called. She said that the police had been contacted and he knew that he was not supposed to call. He asked to speak with me, and she said that he was never going to speak to me again. He sounded shocked that someone else answered the phone and told him off. The police said that now I have a witness who also told him not to call. It will be easier to file a report. Now, if he calls back, they will file the report. I guess me saying it wasn't enough. I really wish the law would take this stuff seriously, but no one I have spoken to seems to see it as a real issue. One officer said that I had not made myself very clear, and maybe speaking with him can clear up the issue. I've been home for 2 weeks, but tomorrow I go back to work. I was stalked via hacking. June. My partner Johnny comes upstairs and finds it cute how I'm checking him out on OkCupid. I'm confused as I haven't logged in lately, like in months. How could I have been looking at his account? I log in and check it out. There's a list of 7 or so people that have been checked out from my account today, Johnny's included, and also someone I work with. Well, that's embarrassing. Nope, wasn't me. Time to change my password. The next day at work, I was sure to bring it up and laugh about the fact that my OkCupid account was hacked to the person who was in my viewed list. I didn't want this person thinking I actually looked at his account. We work too closely together, and I already get the impression he may see me as more than his boss. It always pleased him that his luggage tags printed his middle name and first name as Chris T. This is not the type of person who should see his name written out like he's God's gift to Earth. I'll refer to him as Chris. Chris laughed off the OkCupid hacking comment I made. I found it strange he had no questions or comments on the subject, but most people would at least ask if you changed your password, but nothing from Chris. I brushed off the situation.
A few days later, I was out of the office for work. Johnny messaged me saying it was happening again, that I checked him out on OkCupid. No, I didn't, but I changed my password again. July. This weekend I'm having a lazy morning in bed with Johnny. I get a Facebook notification. Your account has been logged in from a new location. The IP address points to Chris's hometown. My heart's racing. What the hell is going on? I take care of the Facebook password and screenshot the notification. Later that night, I get a text from Chris. Happy 4th, boss, lol. I assume he's drunk and worried about being caught having his access to my Facebook revoked so quickly. No, it can't be him doing this. It's just coincidence, right? Johnny is convinced it's Chris, but that means someone I work with on a very small team is targeting me. This will make work nearly impossible. I can't talk to anyone at work about this. I'll have no way to run my department. The situation will get minimized. Chris drank a lot. I'd see it at work events or when we traveled, just the two of us. He often got out of hand, but everyone brushed it off. He's young. It was funny. We've all had those nights. But as long as you show up to work the next day, it's fine, they would say. I brought it up to him once. Hey Chris, you need to be more cautious about how much you drink at work events. He didn't speak to me for 3 days. I offended him. Told him that he's not allowed to have fun at work events, he told me, when he finally snapped at me. He recoiled. He's 3 times my size, and we're in a secluded space at work. One time, while traveling with just the two of us, I got very sick. I told him I couldn't make it out for dinner, so Chris offered to pick something up from a nearby store. He knocked on my room door and handed me the water he had gotten me. He tried to make small talk, as I thanked him and indicated I was going to lay down. It was apparent by his stance in my hotel room doorway he wanted to come in. He moved an inch closer and I said goodnight, shut my door, and locked every lock I could. It wasn't the only time he made me feel uncomfortable. I hadn't noticed any other accounts being hacked for a while. I was cautious around Chris, even disassociated when I could. I avoided work outings if he was going, would back out of lunch plans that he decided to go on once he knew I was going, but we often had to work very closely. We were a team after all. I couldn't do my job without him, and him without me. November. Johnny was online checking out his FedLife account one evening. He saw I was also online via the old messenger they used to have. Johnny asks me if I'm logged in. I'm not. Again, my heart's racing. It's different this time though. The violations are beginning to feel commonplace, normal, expected. But this hacking is extreme. No one outside my FedLife friends knows about this account. Definitely no one I work with, and there's some faceless nude photos of me there. I reached out to FedLife. They gave me the IP address of the last login. It's the same as the Facebook hack. Crap. I can't avoid this anymore. I can't pretend it's just a coincidence anymore, but I need proof it's Chris. All I have is an IP address and intuition. I can't take that to HR. The police maybe? Will they help or make matters worse if they need to contact my employer? I start looking into the login history of any accounts that tracks it. My bank account. Why is there an iPhone logging into it daily? I don't have an iPhone, but Chris does. Crap. This is real. This is happening. I don't know what to do. I'll call the bank while at work and ask them about the unknown login. Chris is at his desk right next to me. The conversation is easily overheard. I hang up with the bank. They can't help. Chris didn't say a thing. Under normal conditions, a coworker would inquire, "Wow, is everything okay? Did you change your password? Did any money go missing?" Nothing from him though. So out of character. He's always interested in my personal life.
The next weekend, I wake up to a phone call. The caller is calling from my phone number. My heart skips a beat, but I answer. No one responds. I just hear breathing. That's it. I've had it. I'm losing my sanity. I spent weeks, months researching IP addresses and how I might be able to use the only info I have. I've lost sleep. I can't focus at work. Johnny is worried about me and my safety. I am too. But what can I do? Johnny suggests that we go to the police. I don't want to, but I'm at a dead end. I agree. The officer is kinder and more receptive to my situation than I expected. This serves as a reminder to me that this is a big deal. I shouldn't minimize it in my own thoughts. She takes the report, every detail. They will use the IP to subpoena the internet service provider. Weeks go by. The officer on my case claims there's no crime. The ISP records were never obtained. December. My work email keeps doing this strange thing. Messages I've read being marked as unread. Weird. Is it him, or just the multiple devices I use to check it on? I don't know. I can't tell. The server doesn't keep a log in history that I can see. Should I talk to IT? I know them well. They will help, but that would make the situation real and known at work. No, not yet. I can't bring myself to do it. I can't do this anymore. My heart is constantly racing. The slightest noise sends me into panic. I get a security camera for my front door and worry a bit less when I hear the door slam from the wind, or when the dogs bark at something they hear. I'm becoming comfortable living in fear as much as it's impacting my health. At least I have the pepper spray Johnny got me. I carry it whenever I'm outside. Chris and I have a shared account we use for work. Maybe I can get an IP address from that. If it matches, that's some proof, right? Dead ends. What if I sent him an IP tracker? I've learned you can place an invisible pixel in an email. It will send you the IP address of where it was read. All I have of Chris's is his work email and a Gmail. I tested both, on myself first of course. I can't take the risk of him figuring out I'm onto him. Damn it, our work email blocks it, and Gmail reroutes to their HQ, another dead end. More hours, days, weeks pass. I call private investigators. They're impressed I've tried the tactics they already have at their disposal. I feel confident that I'm doing all I can, but more lost that professionals can't help. February. One last attempt. It's a week before I have a 7-day out-of-country trip with Chris. It's with a large group this time, but I'll still be working very close. Too close with him. I send Chris an email with a shortened link that will track what IP address it was clicked on from. I've tested this. It seems to work, but I'm shaking. What if this tips him off? What if he knows I'm onto him and he attacks me at work? What do I send him to get him to click? I find a local event that this particular breed of neckbeard would be interested in. I say, "Hey Chris, saw this and thought you'd be interested." 5 minutes later, Chris replies. Pure panic. No, excitement maybe. A mix of both sets in. I don't care what the reply says. I check the IP tracker. It got a hit. I'm shaking. I can barely type or hold my phone. It's the same IP address as the Facebook and FetLife hack. I got it. I have the proof I need. It's Chris who's been stalking me via my accounts. My intuition was right. As much as I didn't want it to be confirmed as him, it is. There's relief. A weight has been removed. But then it sets back in. What do I do now? Go to HR? Back to the police? We've got that trip coming up. I need my team doing their job. I'll wait till after I'm back. It's not that bad. I'm used to living like this now. Johnny thinks I'm insane for considering it. He's right, I am. I've lost touch with reality. This situation has enabled me to determine what levels of uncomfortable one can and should live with. A night of debate, and I've made my decision. I won't wait. I'll do it now. I text my boss, Jay, the next day, asking him to meet me for lunch on Sunday. I need to talk to you, away from the office. This is not a normal request. We're close at work, but this is bizarre to him. He tells me I'm scaring him. I wish I could tell him, don't worry. The following day we meet for lunch. I'm so nervous I could vomit. This is it. This makes this all real now. I tell him everything. I'm worried he may minimize the issue and say something like, Chris is just a kid. He didn't mean anything. I'll talk to him tomorrow. After I finish speaking, Jay is at a loss for words. We have a plan in place to take this to HR tomorrow, and he's already helping me find someone to replace Chris on our work trip. Again, I'm relieved and nervous at the same time. It's gonna go down tomorrow. 7 months of living in fear, and finally, I can see an end. Monday. My pepper spray is in my pocket. I picked out a work outfit that would conceal it today. Jay calls me, asks me a question. I don't remember what, but I take it as an invite to go to his office. Anything to get away from the person I now know, without a doubt, has been hacking and stalking me. Jay wasn't expecting me, but understood. The department head is in his office. Jay is about to inform him of my situation. Having my story told by a third party was surreal. I filled in the details where needed and gave them the folder of the evidence I had collected to take to HR, screenshots, IP address, written accounts of the timeline up to this point, the email from Chris confirming his involvement, and the info from the IP tracker. The day is a haze. I was at HR's office at least twice, saw the police drive through the campus, and had to fight my way to the HR director. He didn't feel I had enough evidence to prove the email I sent to Chris's Gmail was actually the Chris that worked here. I dug through my work email. Bam. He emailed my work email from his Gmail account once. Enough evidence for our non-believer. Hours go by. It's almost 3 p.m. What the hell is going on? If I keep leaving my desk, Chris will know something's up. I can't call HR and ask. He'll hear the conversation. Chris walks over to me. Oh crap, he says. He's shoving his work phone in my face, too close for comfort. He's got an invite to go to HR for 4 p.m. I'm screaming inside. No one else is around. If he's going to do something to me, now is the time. That notice is the forewarning of being fired. That's how they do it at my job. I manage to look concerned and tell him, I'll let you know if I get one, insinuating maybe our team is being let go, not just you. He walks away, no idea where to. I sit at my desk, shaking in fear. I don't know when he will return. How could HR betray me like this? They know the situation. Damn it, they should have warned me they were about to send it. I could have fled. I could have gone somewhere safe. Mike stops by my desk just to say hi and offer me some leftover catering. I can't eat right now, but in this moment, Mike has offered me so much more than the leftovers. He has no idea what's going on, but can see in my face something is wrong. I ask to walk back to his office with him. Chris will never find me there. An hour or forever passes by. It's got to be done by now. I know Chris will be escorted back to gather his things. I do not want to be there for that. I sneak to Jay's office. He checks the area for me. Chris is gone. Jay heard from HR. As per HR, I'm not allowed to speak to anyone as to why Chris was fired. What the hell? Are they serious? This leaves me so vulnerable. If Chris decides to come back to work, no one would stop him. In fact, they would welcome him with open arms. if I'm left looking like the bitch that fired the nice, quiet kid. That week, the IT department took a few extra days to gather Chris's devices. I had time to look through them during that period. The days before our trip was one of much discovery. Not just what I found on his computer, but what I learned from the people around me. The day after he was fired, I looked into his laptop. IT had no issues getting me into his files. I was Chris's boss, and I needed his work. His pictures folder, a lot of personal stuff, stupid memes, vacation pictures, screenshots of naked cam girls he chatted with, and me. Some pictures I had never seen before, some I had. The pictures I was familiar with were from a cruise I went on months earlier with Johnny, only these were the ones I deleted. I had a GoPro set to take pictures every 10 seconds that hung around my wrist. While walking around, I inadvertently took close-ups of my ass in a swimsuit. Upon importing my vacation pictures, I deleted those from my computer. Were they still on the card? Then there were some pictures from my Google account. Well, it was a picture of a picture on a screen. He got into my Google account too? Why didn't I catch that one? Then, the ones I had never seen. Pictures that had been taken around the office and on work trips. Me at my desk, me bent over setting up gear, a close-up of a hint of cleavage shot from above. His phone was more of the same, a close-up of my ass while he sat behind me struggling with an AV rack in a closet while in a dress, video from under a table during a meeting while I'm wearing a skirt, zoomed in up the skirt photos, pictures of dates I had written on a post, pictures of my phone settings showing my FetLife account. The nausea sets in again. I remember all these moments in the pictures he had taken of me, him nonchalantly on his phone, looking like he's slacking off, or answering an email. Little did I know, he was filling his spank bank with pictures of me during work hours and keeping a record of my days off. What a creep. I got to his browser history. It was sickening. He researched how to hack someone's text messages. He stalked friends of mine on Facebook, as well as my partner. He got into my Amazon, Gmail, Facebook, FetLife, work email, OkCupid, and bank account. He read old emails of past relationships, looked at the places I visit, and stalked images from events I go to. There was hard evidence now. I took it to the local police near work. They couldn't handle it, so I went to the county prosecutor office. Most people wouldn't think of that. It was suggested by Johnny's friends. They had a computer forensics department and could handle the case. I met with an amazing detective. He took my packet of evidence and listened to the whole story. It's becoming easier to tell the story, especially when it's to focus on the facts. At my office, I learned more about Chris, how he slandered me to my co-workers. I knew I couldn't tell people I worked with why Chris was fired, but for my safety, I knew I had to tell a few people, just the ones close to me. Once they knew the story, I heard things from them like, Chris would complain I didn't pay him enough. He lied and said he made half of what he actually did to co-workers. I even fought to get him above normal raises for 2 years. He lied and said I would withhold work from him. They usually responded by telling him to talk to my bosses or HR. Obviously, he never did. You can't take lies to HR and directors. He spread lies around the office, coercing co-workers to take his side when I wasn't aware there were sides to be had. From these people, I learned more about the obsession Chris had with me. He craved to have power over me. He showed them my FetLife profile. He bragged about how compatible we are on OkCupid. He even spoke about being obsessed with my partner. He told them how he tried to catfish me on Reddit. I couldn't blame them though. Chris laid the groundwork and a bit of gaslighting on them. To them, I was a bad person and Chris was their friend. Chris was really good at playing the victim and never was able to take any self-responsibility. 9 months went by. I followed up with the detectives often. It took a while to subpoena his devices from the company, then run forensics. In early September, I got a call from the detective. They arrested Chris. They showed up early morning at his home where he still lived with his parents and admitted to everything. He took the card from the GoPro and recovered the images. He got my passwords once I walked away from my computer. He went through my phone when it was left at my desk. I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall. The shock to his family of the type of person he actually is, him cowering while in handcuffs, face to face with what he had done, no hiding behind a computer screen anymore. I was on vacation when this happened. I remember thinking, it's not long now till everyone at work will know. He's got a court date set. By then, it's public record. I can't help if people know after that point. I don't have to wait that long though. Later that day, co-workers started sending me a link. Hey, did you work with this guy? What a creep. The link was to the county prosecutor's PR page, announcing Chris's arrest, mugshot and all. I came back to work and was able to have the truth come out. It was liberating. It took another 9 months for his final court date. I worked with prosecutors during that time to determine how I wanted to proceed. I opted for a probation period instead of going through a trial and fighting for jail time. While Chris deserves the jail time, he wasn't worth my time nor effort, and a trial would offer him a slim chance of getting off scot-free. Also, this way, he would get some much-needed counseling. 3 years, no contact with me. 3 years sexual offense counseling. 3 years of checking in with a probation officer. This way, I can at least hope he will come out understanding that what he did was unacceptable and, fingers crossed, he will never do it to another living being again. I knew there was no chance of rehab in jail. The hearing. Of course I was nervous. I didn't want to see Chris, but I knew whatever I was feeling, he was feeling 1,000 times worse. I didn't have to go, but I knew I would regret it if I didn't. With my fiancé Johnny at my side, I watched as he got up in front of the judge after he cried in the courtroom and agreed to the terms of his sentence. His mum glared at me the whole time as though this was all my fault. So that's where he gets it from.